Yeah. I really feel like I've been listening to this story better because now I'm like hooked in and I don't really understand what happened.
There was a girl, and it was during COVID, and she needed to walk her dog, and she had a dog that needed a lot of exercise, and the dog parks were closed where you could keep them isolated and fenced in, and so she brought him to I guess it was the public park, Monica?
It was Central Park in the Brambles. In that area of Central Park, the dogs have to stay on leash because they disturb the birds. And Christian Cooper was a bird watcher. You know this story, Tiffany. It's one of my Nick Sandman story, where people are treated poorly because of a 13-second clip taken out of context and their lives are ruined. Good morning, Gary. Because how dare they be white and ugly?
Wait. Okay, you lost me. I just want. Okay, so she took her dog to a park. It was COVID. Dog parks are closed. She took her dog to a regular park. And what happened?
Christian came up to them and said, your dog should be on a leash. And Amy said, the dog runs are closed for COVID. He needs exercise. Put your dog on a leash. No, he needs exercise. I want to do what I want to do. And Christian says, well, if you're going to do what you're going to do, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and you won't like it. Dog treat he keeps in his pocket for when he harasses other dog owners that have their dogs off leash. He keeps the dog treats handy.
I think it's a perfect check to say it's not your fucking private property. It's actually he's brilliant. He's brilliant because it's got.
So what about this tree? Was there something wrong with the tree? Like, I'm trying to get to the meat of the story.
Don't feed my dog without my permission.
Then you control.
I don't know what you're going to feed him.
Right.
Is that a biscuit?
Was there something wrong? Was there something wrong with the tree? Like, I'm still trying to get to the meat of this.
There's an article for this. Because I remember this happening. I remember when was this happening. I remember this was happening. I remember this. Are you sure that we were talking about the same thing? Because what that woman was doing, it was like she was in the Brambles. Everybody knows in Central Park, your dogs can't be off leash. That woman, she then puts her dog on the leash and then starts like grabbing her dog. So she ends up choking the dog because she's like flipping out. And this man who's on a bicycle,
he's video recording her. No, he's recording her.
He was on a bicycle. He was going through the park. He films her while she's doing this. That's what you should be doing. That you should be collecting your evidence and saying this person's not following the rules because everybody knows the rules here. And then she says, "I'm calling the police. This black man is threatening me." So yeah, she's getting a lot of backlash because of the way she treated the situation. Do you have an article on this? I remember when this was all happening. Mm-hmm. I feel like there's a lot of missing information here that we're not talking about. Because I think that whole scenario turned into like this kind of like race bait even. Like it was like a race thing that turned into. That's why it got ugly.
So what? He gave the dog a treat. She didn't like that he gave the dog a treat. Like, was it a poisonous treat? No. I'm still trying to find out, like, what? Okay, so he gave the dog a treat, and what? The lady didn't like it and decided to flip her shit, and he videoed it. It went viral, and she was painted in a bad light because she's pissed off because the man gave her dog a treat.
Yes, because she wasn't following the rules.
Okay, well, she was 5,000% in the wrong.
Okay, don't feed my dog.
Don't let the dog off leash.
No, facts.
Don't let the dog off leash.
Wait, you said you didn't hear all the conversation. You didn't hear when they say that she should have put her dog on the leash when he asked her the first time. Yeah, put your dog on a leash. Don't be a jerk. Don't be an asshole. And then a stranger feeding my dog without my permission. You guys are okay with that? Because I'm not.
A stranger letting their dog off leash without my permission? I'm not okay with that.
Understanding that they were both jerks. And that's not
And I
what I'm
was
hearing
being-
from you guys.
Yeah, because I'll tell you why I don't think that he's being a jerk. Because if I was being called out for having my dog off leash, and I'm that kind of fucking bitch that I don't like being told what to do, because that's the kind of bitch we are here in the city. And then this person starts feeding my dog. Yes, I'm gonna start using this scenario, him feeding my dog, to now demonize this man so that it paints me in a better light. That's exactly what fucking happened. She's a cunt for that. I'm sorry. He's cool. He's fine.
She got death threats. She got her dog temper taken away from her. She got fired. She had to sue. A person being an asshole, they can be assholes. She broke the law by having her dog off leash. He should have videotaped her dog, and then he should have left it alone. And if she called the cops because he was videotaping her in a public space, when you're allowed to be video recorded in a public space, then she would have gotten a fine. And he would not have been, well, actually, he wasn't harmed at all. He was framed as a hero, and he got a nature show on the Nature Channel, a bird watching show on the Nature Channel.
Are you missing the part where when he begins filming her, she's now grabbing her dog so tightly at the leash where he's being choked. The dog is being choked.
Right, because the dog
And
went in
it's swung around. The dog is being like swung around. I remember when this was happening.
Me too.
It's happening.
Me
But
too.
it's also here in the city. I live here in the city, and like it was huge news here. And so the video, this dog, who's a poodle, a large dog, she was just sitting. The dog wasn't running around. Sitting. Okay, and then this person comes.
I don't think you're
corrects
remembering
her.
it. Let me get the video for.
And she's choking her dog. So yes, first of all, she's an irresponsible dog owner, letting her dog off leash in a public space. She should not have an animal. Her dog will be confiscated until she gets retrained on how to be a proper adult to an animal, a proper responsible parent to an animal or guardian. So that's one. Yes, take the dog away. Getting fired. The reason why she's gotten fired and got a lot of backlash, including death threats, is because she called the police and said to a man who was just simply standing calmly, speaking and recording, saying, "This black man is attacking me." And I don't know if you know what was going on during that time. The whole Black Lives Matter thing, George Floyd, Elijah Wood, Elijah McCain, all the things. He's saying Elijah Wood, I keep saying that. Elijah McCain, all these things were going on. So yes, instead of said, "Thank you, sir, for keeping me and this community in check," and then moved along smartly. But she didn't. She escalated the situation. She's 1,000 times wrong.
Hey there, everybody.
What up, Gary Bill?
Hey, good morning, Gary.
Hey, I have an additional perspective on this. Well, first the question is, when you do something against the law, what should be the consequence? And did she get the consequence, the appropriate consequence, or is everyone here thinking that she kept her dog unleashed, and so damn it, we should fire her out. We should just make sure she gets canceled and all this. Like having her dog off leash, whatever the consequence should be, it's not always what gets enforced. And I think the issue with dogs here is, if your dog's off the leash, or if you're calling the police if somebody's taunting you, or whatever, like the police aren't always going to enforce it because they have more serious issues to deal with. So I don't know. So this is why people will continue to misbehave. Is it's not. I don't know. But what's enforced is not always appropriate. I have a friend who was just mauled by 3 pit bulls, and she went to court, and the court actually ruled against her in terms of her getting any kind of compensation
Why?
for her job. Yeah, for not being able to do her job, and so she was out of money for a while. And I don't know. It's like the court was not enforcing the fact that the guy who let his pit bulls on the loose should be responsible for it. That guy just didn't have very much money, and that guy was living, and even the person who owned the home that had the dog, that let the dogs loose or didn't have a fence, ultimately they couldn't find him or such and such. Like, the courts can't always just enforce what's appropriate, even when they're getting mauled by dogs, almost to the point of death. Like, and so I think the problem is, can we at least make sure we're enforcing the laws appropriately? And I think it's a bit unfair what happened to this woman, but of course, she should have been fined for having her dog off the leash. That's what I think. Anyway, that's it. Okay.
So a couple things to that. In that particular circumstance, I understand if you don't have a fence, but the whole point of having your dogs off leash is that you could control them. So I feel really bad for her. If that was the case and the dogs were not on private property, if they were on private property, then sorry, she got what's coming to her, and I don't feel bad. But if she was not on their private property, and these dogs did that, as much as I'm a people lover, and I hate to say this, those dogs should be taken, because she had in that moment the ability to execute all of those dogs that were attacking her. That's not up to. So he lost and he relinquished his rights reciprocation for those dogs because that happened, because they went off property. I'm sorry. I'm very consistent, and that's one thing I'm consistent about. So that sucks that they didn't rule in her favor. That's not right in any capacity. If at least he couldn't, it doesn't matter. He shouldn't be able to have the dogs and whatever else. I mean, that sucks.
You're right. It was public property. She was just walking down the road going home, and these dogs came out of nowhere on a public street. And you're right. The court did take the dogs away. Whether they euthanized them or not, or what happened, I don't know. But the issue is also, should the guy or the property owner also have punitive damages to pay some money for the fact that she was like cut up and had to heal and wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely.
should.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That's his responsibility.
Didn't rule in her favor. Now she's gone quiet. She won't communicate with me or any of her other friends. She's in a very dark place right now. She's still healing. I donated a lot of scar gel to her. I had it shipped to her on Amazon, and she was really appreciative. But she expected the judge would appropriately get her a little bit of compensation to cover for, and but that's, they took the dogs away from the guy, which is what they do and done, and on to the next trial. So I think the issue here for me is, can we always have an ideal enforcement of the law? It's just messy. It's very messy. And especially with dogs, because I think dogs end up not being people screaming at each other, who's at fault, who should get fined, should someone lose their job, and is it a community? Everyone here is fired up against that woman. I get it. She brought race into the picture. But did she really deserve to lose her job? I don't know. So anyway, that's all.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. You should have a job back. I'm not arguing why people react. I hate that people will send death threats to people. I think it's just so fucking terrible. So, would I be pissed off enough to give her death threats? Absolutely not. It's terrible. Known to require leashes. None of this would have happened.
When did you hear me make that argument that she should have kept her dog off leash?
When did you hear me make an argument that you said that she shouldn't have her dog on leash? When did I say that?
By not saying the whole scenario.
Oh, so because I didn't say the whole thing, you made an assumption about what I said about you?
No, Vero.
I don't understand.
Look, I need to know what your Vero patience level is at, because if we're low, I want to to stop having the conversation. My point was never that she did the right thing. My point has always been she was a jerk and an asshole. She was entitled and privileged. She thought the rules didn't apply.
Right, and I agree with you, and I knew that you were saying that from the jump. I don't think I ever questioned that. Never once did I question that you said that. About how people. She was fine. She was in the middle of the brambles. The brambles are often very quiet places where people sit and watch birds. It's a very commonly used space for this. Dogs do come, they're on leash. She was in the wrong. I don't care how afraid she was. She was fine. She was fine enough not to run away. She was fine enough to put her dog on a leash, choke it around, call the police.
That wasn't fine though, Vero. She was upset. She was terrified.
Sure, she was upset, but then you leave. I mean, I don't know. She don't belong here then. You can't. I don't know. You don't belong here then. If you can't handle something like a scenario where you're breaking the law and someone tries to correct you and you can't handle that, then you don't belong here.
It was the videotape. Video recordings.
I'm glad she got recorded. I'm glad she did, so we can see what kind of character she had.
So this is the problem I have. It didn't tell the whole story.
Oh!
It was
Mark got a problem
videotaping
videotaping.
threatening her, and he threatened her.
Threatened her what?
If you do what you want to do, then I'm going to do what I want to do, and you won't like it.
I don't think that's it. So it's
Here, puppy, here, and
it's
offer
right there. Yeah, right there,
the dog a treat.
Right, and right there, I just wanna share this with you. So, if you're maximum, this is difficult for me to argue against because one, you know that I hate laws, okay, and definitely if something's public, right, and I'm participating in the taxes, and then you're gonna have I want to be on her side 110%. And a matter of fact, I would have done it, and I don't give a fuck what laws there are if I could control my dog, and that's the whole point. And she couldn't control her dog. If you're gonna put your dog off leash, you have. My dog would have. I would have waited for the guy to bounce, and then as soon as he kept going his way, and he was out of eye view, back to doing what we're doing, right? And then that's it. But she didn't have control of her dog, and you can't. Even in parks where you can have your dog off leash, if you can't control your dog, you're a problem. She was a problem. When we go to obedience classes and stuff, where the dogs can all obviously be off leash because that's part of the whole program. If you can't control your dog, you're a problem. So ultimately, she was the problem.
Yeah, you sound like a Karen.
Your mother sounds like a Karen.
Which one of us? Because we all took.
Your mother.
We just heard three different. We're all taking three different positions. So which one? And which position do you take?
I don't think we are. I think.
What do you guys all sound like a Karen?
Well, I think let's see what he has to say.
I mean, I swear to God, this guy's got a PTR where he looks like he's about to sit on a glass and run it up his naked ass. Why are we even entertaining him?
Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
There. Karen.
Bye, bitch.
Your mother.
So spicy for 6:45 a.m. Hello, am I the only
Honestly, I think the only thing we're disagreeing with is the fact that I think Christian threatened her and her dog. I don't like strangers offering treats to my animal.
Right, but that was his check, right, on her. Right, because if he was there, and let's say it's us, let's say all of us, we go in the mornings to watch these birds, and this girl brings her dog. Say, okay, we can't, we're not going to go but if we could call the dog over, that's her check. that, oh, okay, so if you're gonna do what I don't like, I'm gonna do the same thing back to you. But see,
1,000%.
now the Uno reverse would have been if she could control her dog, because then she would have been able to go about her day. But that would have actually, required her to be a responsible dog owner. And clearly, I hate to say this, but in the video, oh, you're threatening my dog. The way that she was choking her, I would never.
Listen. Yeah,
I
she
was
exacerbated it by that.
My baby would never. Oh my gosh.
Broke my
I
heart.
would
Well, your baby would have discipline. Her baby
absolutely. My dog
ill-mannered.
exact facts.
So
My dog never went
her
away
baby
from
was
me.
going for the dog treat and the pet from a stranger. Like,
trouble, but I was always good. I was decent, and I always controlled her. So we never had any type of. I never had a single police involvement. But I mean, there were plenty of people that told me to put her on a leash and blah 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 blah. I would satisfy them for the moment, and then as soon as they left, I would go about my thing. But one thing is when we would go to public places where other people wanted to give her treats, and I was very particular about what the treats she got. And she would not take a treat from a stranger. She knew stranger danger. She would always, whenever somebody would go to hand her her treats, she would look at me and wait for me to say, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you know what I'm saying? Like, you have a good relationship and you can, that's what it's supposed to be like. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel bad that she wanted to get her dog's exercise, but I feel like she's doing like bare minimum. I don't know.
Like, to widen the scope, there are probably more irresponsible dog owners in New York City than there are responsible ones, well trained, not only with on being just like calm, cool person, but just following commands and all that. It's very uncommon here. A lot of animals here just don't care.
I'll say one thing because I have to go to work and I'm going to leave the room, but this has been a fascinating conversation. I wish there were a club to follow, but this was just a not club. I want to thank Monica. I also want to propose. Oh, there is. Cool.
Yes.
I just didn't see it in the top. Sorry about that.
No, we'll add
But I did want to say one thing. I would bet all of you money that the dogs are barking and talking among themselves on like which owners. Especially the ones around me right now. Okay, anyway, I gotta get to work. This was a great room. Thanks so much.
Have a great day, Gary.
President Gary, I'll send you a link in the back channel for the Godsmack
Okay, thanks.
House. No, Gary's great. Gary plays the trombone. He does music rooms. He's interviewed composers and things.
I'm good with either one. Both.
So I think if anyone listens to it's like an hour long. It goes really deep. The link that Monica shared, it gives you a really well-rounded perspective on the entire situation, down to the temperature of the climate, like how people were at that time, at that place and time during COVID. It goes into getting, it even interviews Amy. It talks to other people who've had it brings in multiple, and in fact, the guy who, by the way, black guy that's doing this whole episode, just side note, but it's very And maybe there was some bias that brought into it when she was being, had that adrenaline pumping. She said what she said. But after listening to about half of this episode that Monica shared, it's pretty clear to me that this Christian guy was a problem. He used the same playbook with multiple people. Many people said they felt threatened by him. He was also holding the helmet in a way that seemed a little threatening. It wasn't just Amy that said that, by the way. Many others who did not know Amy had expressed the same thing, that were afraid to come out, actually, because they're white, too, after this became, a big thing.
Didn't you say that this video was her perspective?
What video? No.
The video that you're talking about?
No.
Her perspective video?
No, not at all. No.
No.
You get a little bit of her perspective. He interviews her for a hot second, but he goes into, this guy is completely unbiased. He's just covering the entire.
Any story to tell whatsoever if the woman had been a responsible dog owner and kept her dog on a leash. There would be no story. It starts there. Yeah, I'm sure this guy was a prick to her. There's no doubt about it. He was a prick to her, and when he asked her to put the dog on a leash and she refused to put the dog on a leash, he doubled down. There's no question about it. But I don't think this is a black-white thing. I think this was a, hey, your dog should be on a leash. Put your dog on a leash. Yeah, fuck you. My dog needs to run around, and I'm going to do what I want to do. And he doubled down and was like, oh, well, if you're going to do what you're going to do, I'm going to do what I want to do. I don't know. I think the whole thing starts because she doesn't have her dog on a leash.
Agreed. And that's not what I'm arguing. I've never argued that she should have kept her dog off leash. My argument was... We see this all the time in public spaces, doing things that can get misinterpreted. Then it goes viral, their lives are ruined because people don't look at what happened before the video started playing. They don't look at the context, they don't look at the situation, they don't care. All they see is someone being a jerk, and it's okay to hate on those people because they're known to be jerks, and they don't look for the rest of the story. And so she got death threats. She got called Carol Bryant, that she was trying to get him killed by police because police murder black men in America. The whole
She big back.
Way out of proportion. It went viral. And people were judge, jury, and executioner.
And she abused her dog. In the vein of
let go of my dog.
Her dog was ill-trained. She was frightened that this man she did not know would feed or take her dog. That's a huge problem for me.
See,
and all of that would have been unnecessary had she just leashed her damn dog, and she didn't.
Exactly.
So unnecessary, for sex.
So I think she was stupid and foolish, and I don't think she should have deserved her dog being temporarily taken away. I don't think she deserved death threats. Vero agreed with that. I don't think she should have lost her job, and Beeman disagreed with that.
So
Christian was a jerk too.
Was she a dog trainer or something?
She was very passionate about animals. I don't know if she was a trainer, but she was very involved in animal welfare and stuff like that. I think she might have been a puppy, but what her excuse just
Not
again,
either a proper
Waste of time is so stupid. We're going to read a book, ladies and gentlemen. This is the John Kitover Show. Let's warm up with a little music. This is called Master.
Now ye shall know that the chosen free.
It's the same stupid Monica show every time. It's called The Karen Show. I'm not a Karen. I'm just a normal, good, law-abiding American, not like a Karen.
And in his woman called shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the storm. Oh, man. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendid serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the sea.
My friend! We're making fun of Monica this morning because it is the same stupid show every time with Monica. She is a Karen. She actually is a Karen.
We want the minerals. That's the United States, and Trump wants the minerals.
And she kicked me out of the room and blocked me. And then all she does is complain about other people on this app that they blocked her. And so now I'm making fun of Monica.
Monica.
Harry Balzac is here in the other room. Let me take you back. And a dumb Schwarza fed the dog a treat, and they can't stop talking about it.
Goes. If you can't follow the rules, and then you're gonna act crazy, we're gonna be crazier. This is what happens. This chick doesn't deserve to be an animal owner. This chick does not deserve to be an animal owner. She doesn't follow the rules, and she abuses her dogs whenever she gets caught. Sorry, she gets death threats for it. That's the internet, boo. Follow the rules. Mind your
You
P's and
just
Q's.
said earlier you
Are you-
didn't deserve death threats, and now you're saying.
Are you surprised in a country?
I know you're twisting words around. I
I'm
didn't say
not.
she didn't deserve it. I said that's what happens when you fuck up. People are gonna react. And people are crazy. People are crazy.
Alright, so
I don't think it should
know.
come as a surprise that in a country where we made it a felony to abuse our animals and a misdemeanor to abuse our children, that people are going to get death threats for mistreating an animal. It's just not.
Oh yeah, listen, we gotta. Catch up on it and then see you abusing your dog. Of course you're gonna get it. If you're
She
upset because you're getting
restrained her
accountable,
dog because he called her dog over to him.
that's not a restraint. That's abuse.
Well, she should have leashed her dog.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but she didn't.
He should not have offered her dog treats. He should have recorded her and then turned it over to the authorities to see if she would get a fine. That's where it should have stopped.
That's what happened. Actually, it should have stopped by her leashing her dog and walking away.
I'm not. Why are you fighting me?
It's just because it's just ridiculous how we aren't treating these people like adults. This is a grown woman. And she had a
We're
dog.
agreeing she behaved poorly. Why are you fighting me so hard? We were agreeing.
Because you just
disagree.
told me. Because you just told me.
Walking into a room and then responding to the environment, you know? And it's like the Gotcha show or the Gong show where it's like it's comedy. It's pure entertainment. And you know, that's the thing. It's like I like making fun of people and I think they're just Karens, but it's also entertainment. And so the thing is, it's like I just want to record Clubhouse and publish it as a show, but I don't actually want to listen to any of it because it just further induces more brain rot. And that's why we're going to read a book today, so we can be part of the 1%ers. But first, more Monica Kirk.
Death threats come for the simplest things. Oh, you're in the Matrix.
And that's a shame.
But that's what happens.
I'm so glad.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, look at our president. He's giving death threats on Twitter. So, or whatever one he uses. So, I mean, I know.
Also, Monica blocked my accounts, so now I'm targeting Monica.
I mean, what do you think caused the panic, Holly,
And this was all because they were talking about
in her?
racism
think
yesterday.
caused
And Bima
her
said,
to
if every
suddenly
day you're not
Panic.
trying to
Was
reverse
it-
structural racism, you are the
You're
problem.
alone in an isolated area in the Bramble or wherever it was, far away, and a man approaches you, maybe speaking a little bit loudly. Put your dog on a leash, or whatever.
Bitch,
You know,
put your dog on a leash. You're breaking the law, bitch.
He won't let up. He's clearly holding a
Bitch,
bike helmet.
put your
He's
bitch,
saying
put your bitch on a
everything
leash,
that
bitch.
He's exercising the with a dog treat. You're holding a bike helmet in your hand in essentially a manner that, not just according to Amy, but according to others as well, made them feel as though he might actually do something with the helmet.
This is where I start playing my Clown World music.
I could see myself, I bet her adrenaline was pumping, and she said the stupid things out of fear. She panicked.
If she were going to panic at the presence of this individual, though, I think the panic would start at the moment that this person said, "You need to put your dog on a leash."
I think
Why would you not
You
comply?
know what this is?
Why
This
would you
really
not
is
comply?
The
the dog
View.
wasn't right next
This is what The View show is
to her.
about.
The dog was not- the
It's a
dog
show
was-
about nothing.
This all happened very.
But didn't she indicate that no, her dog needed exercise and she was not going to leash her dog? She wasn't panicked enough to say to him, basically, "Fuck you. I don't really care that you think my dog should be on a leash." I mean, she wasn't panicked.
By saying, fuck you. See how that goes for
Do
you.
you typically respond in that manner when someone yells at you?
Yes.
You know what also I hate about this stupid app? Is the Green Bean moderators. Because the Green Bean moderators, they get away with being
It
unrestrained.
doesn't matter whether somebody
Bitches.
provoked them or not.
Karens.
If I'm somewhere and I have my dog off leash and someone expresses your dog should be on a leash, I am immediately going to comply with that request because I know I'm in the wrong
I'm not.
and I'm responsible for that animal. So yeah, I'm gonna comply.
No, not me. If someone comes at me in an aggressive way and speaking to me in an unkind way, no. My initial reaction is fight or flight, and it's not compliant.
Yeah, I'm gonna comply because I'm in the wrong.
You're
I mean,
wrong.
I'm in the wrong.
That's a logical thinking. You're not thinking logically in that moment.
Of course I am. If I was your pet. Love and I care for it. And I want to be safe at all times. And I know, like, I understand her desire to say, my dog really needs to burn off energy. The dog parks are closed. I need to find a place. I get all of that. I don't fault her for any of that. But the minute that somebody is like, that dog leash, I am putting my dog on a leash because that is what is safest for my dog. I'm prioritizing the safety of my dog.
There you
everything.
go.
If they express
That's
being
called
uncomfortable,
personal
I don't care
responsibility.
how friendly or not
Who
friendly
broke
they
the
are.
chain of the
I
personal
might
responsibility?
call you an asshole.
It was you. It was you, bitch. It was you.
I'm in the wrong.
It was Karen who caused the problem first. It was you, bitch. Take care of your dog, bitch.
She overreacted.
She overreacted. Being a Karen,
And get the fuck out of
personal
there.
responsibility. Keep your dog on a leash.
Unleash my dog.
Can I pet your dog? Can I pet your dog? Can I pet your dog? Can I pet your
If she would
dog?
have the word black in that phone call, it probably would have been a way different conclusion, you know?
Monica's saying that you're allowed to have your
Was it
dog on a leash.
descriptive or racist?
And like Ace said,
Descriptive to me, but
I know
racist
she's
to men.
eating a yellow cake.
I would feel guilty. I would feel guilty for being called out.
Why are
And
we
be like,
not?
I'd be
I'm sorry.
embarrassed.
Well,
Yeah.
why aren't they reading a book, my friend?
Embarrassment also brings irrational emotions too. You know, being embarrassed, being caught, now being on camera. Now this man is telling you what to do.
The Erica Kirk BTR up, and I gotta say, like, Erica Kirk is one like fucked up bitch. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, I'm pretty sure that she is participating in like the cover up and the assassination of her husband. It's just an opinion, but maybe that's because I just don't like women all that much, or I love women, but I hate some of them.
On the West Side Highway,
You know, my dad called my mom a Karen like a year ago on the phone. He's like, you know, I don't know if I ever told you this, but your mom has always been a Karen, and she is a Karen. I was like, oh shit, you're right. Mom is a fucking Karen.
Oh, I like your dog.
Not seeing the video. One of the things that's really been bothering me, and Vera, this may make you mad, but I'm just gonna say, and I'm seeing way too many society provide today way more restaurant serious injury. Myself personally, I think that any dog that hits a dog park that's a large breed needs to have a certification that they've got. Can call those courses where I'm not talking about Cocker Spaniels, they do bite, any dog will bite. I'm talking about the kind of dogs that lock and tear, and you cannot get them off whatever it is they're aggressively going for. I would like to see those dogs bridled in public spaces. And it's not because I'm discriminatory, but it's just when these dogs lock and they go into nip and tear mode, you cannot pry them loose. And that's where the deaths and serious injuries come from. So myself personally, I would like to see that done. I know it sounds discriminatory, and in many ways it is, but we're looking at those that can cause serious harm. And that also, to me, is a little bit of Russian roulette. When you've got a dog like that, you may be a really great
tank. This was done through a Freedom of Information suit, and they found that in 1996, when this happened, there were repeated complaints by Cuba about incursions by these planes into what they claimed was their airspace, and
behavior. And that prevents that owner from having to ever see their dog in a situation where it had to be euthanized. And, those costs to them. But that to me ought to be the way we're going, especially now that we are a larger pet owning society than we ever have been. And we have more of these places. Just this last week, we had a restaurant here that had advertised a pet-friendly patio. And there was a poodle and a pit. And the pit got the poodle. And
Sorry, Shelly. And I don't know why you would think I would be pissed off. I 100% agree with you. I agree with Shelly. I agree 100%, 1,000%. Some of these dog owners don't know the capabilities of their dogs and it's dangerous, yada, yada. Just the whole thing. I'm really big on, I feel like we should monitor dogs the same way we monitor guns even. Depending on the kind of dog, like lockjaw, like Ace is saying, yeah, like, why? I 100% agree with this.
So, according to Christian's account, she never refused outright. They had an exchange in which she was explaining to him her reasoning behind what she was doing, but she never said, according to him, she never said, no, I'm not doing that. That's not why he then responded with, well, if you're going to do what you want to, no. Unless there's a recording of that.
I'm looking at the details recount.
Talking about my dick, bro. Listen to you, yo.
now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold.
1,000% agree with you. Some of these dog owners do not know what the hell they're doing, and we need to monitor them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not the dogs, it's the owners, and they have to understand the breeds. They have to understand the triggers. That's why I say classes would be great. Especially if it's one thing, if I own a Chihuahua and it nips, I might have to pay a hospital bill, but where they get euthanized and where the mass injuries come from are these large breeds. The owners don't understand the triggers. I saw a video just the other day of a damn pit bull that had gotten behind a Clydesdale type horse, and it was dragging a wagon, and it was going up and nipping the damn Clydesdale's ankles. Well, one firm kick, that obedience, sit, stand, stay, stop, anything. And the dog ended up dead because the owner didn't do the proper care for this dog. And I think it's so sad today that, yes, everybody thinks, I'm going to go get a dog. And they don't think about it any more than they think about getting a miniature pig. That dog is going to have its own traits. It's going to grow. You're going to have vet bills. You're going to have things that you're going to have to do for that dog to ensure its happiness and its survival. And I think that obedience goes right along with that. And I get a lot of people who, have had their pets demonized. Pit bulls, corn quesos, all these people, they're great dogs. But, and they can be the sweetest dogs, and most of them never cause a problem. But any dog will cause a problem if a queso owners will tell you they're great dogs, and they are. But these are the dogs that I worry about the most, and I think that we've got a lot of irresponsible pet owners. I even wonder about some of these quote-unquote comfort dogs that people take on planes that they just get its certification online for, and they stick this damn dog on a plane. It's in atmospheric conditions it's not used to. There's pressure in their ears they're not used to. There's lots of sounds, lots of noises. And I got to sit next to this dog going, okay, I know you registered online, but, I'm kind of worried. So that's my opinion, and I would like to see somebody put some sensible measures in. I know the pit bull crowd and the corn queso and the larger breed crowd is going to say, wait, why are you discriminating against us? They're great dogs. I'm not arguing that. The problem is when breed dogs, because those are the ones that typically cause mass injuries. I'm not talking, we know that Cocker Spaniels are the biggest biters there are. But if they bite you, they're going to cause a little open gap on your skin. They're not typically going to rip a muscle off your body. So that's why I say larger breeds.
So I remember this incident with the Central Park bird watchers, and Holly's reiteration of the story is close. This was, you have to remember, this was during the absolute height of the woke nonsense, where anything a black person did was correct, and anything a white person did was an evil Karen who was, covertly racist, whatever. So before
covert racism,
the guy started recording would have, and then he's like, oh yeah, well if you're gonna do it, well you're gonna do it, then I'm gonna do it, and then he starts like pretending like he's pulling food out of his pocket, and he's like trying to get her dog to come to him, like insinuating that he's going to like kidnap her dog or something like that, and then she starts freaking out, and then he starts saying, yeah, I'm gonna call the police, or she said, I'm gonna call the police, because she thinks he's trying to kidnap her dog. So that's the part that didn't really make it to the evil white lady is harassing poor black man because he's such a princess in the park and he's afraid of her little dog.
She was in the wrong. The dog was supposed to be leashed. And he did say, according to the LA Times, Holly, he did say that he nicely asked her to leash her dog, and she refused.
He
According to the LA Times, on his original Facebook post where the video went viral, he indicated that he politely asked her to leash her dog, and she refused.
Yeah, listen. He said,
Did you not hear anything
On
I said? Is that not
on-
fair to this?
No, because the dog should have been leashed.
on the post.
Okay, so what if
that
the dog should? Sorry, Hal, but what if the dog should have been leased and he actually did take her dog? Is he still? Is he not wrong then also, or what?
That didn't happen though.
And it didn't happen. He wasn't trying to take her dog. He did feed her dog a treat. That's what got her all.
We got the Karen Show live.
But again, she refused to leash her dog.
Let me clarify. On the post that he posted before it went viral, this is before it went viral. He did. Now this has nothing to do with the video. He posted. He did not say she refused. He literally listed out what happened. He said, I politely asked her. And then she said, I can't go there because XYZ. And then I said, you need to take her out of this, whatever, over to the other side. And she said, he needs his exercise, or whatever. It was a back and forth, okay? He never said she refused.
Okay, but by virtue of I can't do that. She is refusing, Ollie. Hello?
She's a human being that is explaining her reasoning skills after a guy is yelling at her. I don't understand why y'all are thinking logically when someone's yelling at you.
Like he's not being like, you fucking dumb bitch, I'll fucking kill you, you fucking cunt. He's like, ma'am, the sign is right there. You need to leash your animal. Go over there. You need to do this. This is the way things. Like, what are y'all talking? Like, she's an adult.
Got into a physical altercation over this exact scenario before, right?
Yeah, I know the story about him and all that, but she doesn't know that about him. She's making an assumption. Okay, all of this
A
is
correct
happening
assumption.
so fucking quickly. Of course, it's a correct assumption. Maybe not even a correct assumption. No, because we don't know the scenario on that. We don't know the scenario on that. We don't know who hit first. We don't know anything about that scenario. Okay?
We already was willing to feed a dog a treat without the owner's permission. You don't know what kind of diet.
The dog would have been on a leash. It would have never happened.
How many other people do you need to share that they too felt threatened by him for you to believe that he probably came in hot?
He was on a bicycle.
The point is that
his hand was on a phone, so now he only has one other hand. She overreact. Y'all are. I just can't believe this.
She committed like a minor infraction in society. Did something rude.
She broke the law. He did something rude, and then she got aggressive.
So what? She would have gone to jail then.
She
would have got a little fine.
She got a little fine. She should have got a little fine. She should have never gotten death threats, in my opinion. I would have never gotten that. Given that to her. But her dog should have been taken away until she received proper training and she reevaluated the laws of Central Park. That we all know.
So he says that he's going to kidnap her dog, so she should have just known that he was bluffing.
He did not say.
Yes, he did.
He did not say, I'm going to kidnap your dog.
He said, well, I'm going to take your dog with me and lure the dog over with a tree.
Oh, please. Then leash your dog.
Okay.
Be a problem solver here, not a problem creator, a problem exacerbator. Be a problem solver. What are we asking adults just to keep feeding onto her emotions?
I'm just surprised y'all don't see that as threatening. Someone says, if you're going to do what you want to do, and you're not going to like it, woohoo, little foo-foo, come here, I've got something for you, while I hold my helmet, and I get, like, it's fucking creepy, man. Like, that's fucking weird. She cried then. She wanted to get off the dog.
She didn't try to leave. She just sat there. She leashed her dog. Then she got on the phone and called the police and said what she said. And that's, it escalated from there even more on the internet. But the man was, you've seen the video. He was far away. He wasn't up on her or anything. And in fact, she approached him a number of times, stepping closer to him and then coming back and then stepping closer to him. She was not afraid.
Okay, and you're aware that he only started recording once it was advantageous to his little social media world, and then also
I'm saying it.
Like, how can you, like, I really, really am surprised that the two of you are glossing over the fact that he got into a physical fight about this same of mine.
But we don't know the details of that case. What if he was attacked? I don't know the details.
These are so stupid.
These fucking lesbians.
These fucking people.
Detailed look at that.
You believe in social justice warriors?
He wouldn't.
You know that's got nothing to do with this case. Separate issues. Separate incidents. Separate people.
A regular cycler in this area and a bird watcher.
Here we go, Serendipity. Serendipity loses her voice because she chimes in on
In
everything.
Central Park.
The Serendipity Monica Show, ladies and gentlemen.
Issue of concern for you. It's not at all surprising to me that he
Karens
has prior altercations with people
protecting
with
a
dogs.
Karen.
When you are a cycler and you're worried about dogs chasing you, you're worried about dogs nipping at you when all you're trying to do is get your exercise and go to the park.
Zach, welcome back to the Karen Show.
This is
A
not
place for
it's not
Karens
unusual
to defend their
expectations.
fragile
Dogs
Karen
aren't usually
egos.
concerning to a cyclist at all.
And
no
Vero,
matter what
whacked
you
out
say,
social justice warrior
your
from
dog
Brooklyn.
knows
We got an Ada in the house. We just made Clown House $6.99. Congratulations, Mr. Ada.
trained on a leash.
You are the reason why this app is successful.
Her desire. Yeah, I can understand her desire to want to exercise her dog. But even if an asshole tells me your dog needs to be on a fucking leash, I'm putting my dog on a leash.
Ooh.
Because I know I'm breaking the rules.
Yep.
I'm not going to be a smartass about it and make excuses. I'm going to leash my dog and I'm going to leave.
There you go. That's a smart dog owner. You don't want to get your expensive puppy hurt, do you?
Yeah, she should have had her dog in the lead, but it does not excuse. He should have just called the police.
He runs on the village. This community needs individuals.
This community runs on a village system.
We're together. We're following the rules. This is very normal. New York
Do you think Vero's a bisexual?
It sounds to me like she is not from here. She was a little entitled, and then it blew up.
I think this is very
I think she wasn't afraid.
This is
But do I think that?
Well, that's because you've been listening to me read a book, and when you compare that to this, you're like, damn. Is that Frenchie? Is that the Frenchie up in this motherfucker? Yeah, she left. Frenchie is another one. This is basically a Frenchie room. Oh, Frenchie would crush this room. You know Frenchie?
not really.
Oh, she's this horribly annoying English Karen. She loves making fun of Christians.
That leads up to these things.
I'm good. Del Ambarak.
Their mode so much, you know, because they know they're on camera now. And so
Del Ambarak.
the essence of politeness, you know.
This is a trans guy with long hair, with hairy armpits on Clubhouse named Sir Liberty. Sir Liberty Cat Poops said the other day that he dates a beautiful woman, so, you know, lay off of me. And I was like, oh, wow, you date a beautiful woman? That's amazing.
Have you seen his girlfriend?
No, is he hot? Is she hot?
Oh my God.
Yeah?
Him saying, oh, you're gonna do that's like,
He dates an ugly chick?
Very fat.
I think that it was wrong.
Hugely
See, the universe has a way of giving me observational justice. You know?
Not what he was doing. Like, I think you could say, like,
obese.
Anon's in the room. How much do you want to bet one of them is Monica?
really reckless what she did in terms of the way that she handled
I love that she uses Erica Kirk as her PTR.
I
Mm.
should not have done that. I agree that none of this would have
I say
had the dog.
Anon.
I think he I would do.
I say anal,
Throwing food
nah.
on the ground, whatever. Like
Anal. I have on like a Friday night, and he's talking about like fucking chicks in the ass, all kinds of vulgar, profane shit. It was very funny, and then somebody closed the space.
I can't really imagine Elon's voice, but I can kind of imagine your imitation of his voice.
What are we talking about?
Anyway, yeah, Liberty's wife is very fat.
That makes me feel great inside, knowing that, the people who kick me from the room. See, this is the thing. It's like with Anon, when you kick me, that just like makes me more attracted to the room. And because of Anon, I'm able to come right back in from behind. And your kick was meaningless, but you got that dopamine feeling from the kick. You see what I'm saying? There's a dopamine creation when you kick somebody. And as the person who has received so many kicks and recorded the kick process, it's basically a circuit. It completes the full circuit. And the thing is, if I couldn't come back in anally, through Anon, well, then I wouldn't be able to complete the circuit. And I would actually feel like I am, and I find it so funny that Monica blocked Pepe. Monica said, and other people. You can listen.
Monica, why don't you join the stage?
Beaver, if you go to my YouTube channels, you can watch the Pepe analysis and Beaver racism episode from yesterday.
It's true that there are thousands of videos, so you'll have to sift through. But
it's a sifting process. You can't make cookies without sifting. But Beaver, anyways, I'm just saying that yesterday's room analysis was really interesting. And Bima, crazy ass, she says that she is an anarchist. And then she goes on to say that unless you are fighting,
she's what?
She's an anarchist. And she says, unless you are fighting structural white racism every single day, you are the problem. And so version of themselves every day until they're a great person. And then there is no more racism. So
did I tell you about my reprise of my bumper sticker video that now has 120,000 views?
No.
So I showed you my first bumper sticker video.
Yeah.
That you thought was very funny.
Well, I was impressed with the views.
Right, how many views it got was ridiculous. It wasn't.
Bad.
Decolonize.
Oh, you found the same car?
If you want peace, stop paying.
Wait a second. You went and found the same car? You shot a new one?
Completely different car.
Oh, shit.
It's a reprise in that it's another mocking of somebody's bumper stickers.
Let's see here.
Before you better decolonize. Fuck off, I'm a local. Fuck off, I'm local. Decolonize.
Hi, Susan. What does that mean? It's like the opposite of a Karen. Anyways, this shit was funny. Dude, that's amazing,
Yeah.
though.
I forget what made me think of that. It was something that you were saying about Susan. Bye bye.
How'd you make it big? Oh, I found out the secret about bumper stickers. Turns out that bumper stickers aren't just popular on cars. Bumper stickers are popular on TikTok. Next thing you know, you'll like fly to Los Angeles to film bumper stickers. That's actually a fucking great idea, isn't it? Dude, if you actually had an investor, you could become the bumper sticker guy.
Well, there's, vanity plates. Vanity plates are very big here in Maine. They're like very popular. A lot of people have vanity plates. And then there's all these, books of the funny vanity plates or video compilations of fun. So it's like, yeah, this is kind of what you're doing with Clown House, is you're just documenting R words. This is the documentation. You're either an R word or you're an R word.
Documentarian. But that's actually kind of the truth about successful movies, like even Borat. Like to me, Borat is still like the funniest thing in the world. Is just some guy going around pretending he's a clown Eastern European, as a journal, and then they show the movie to the world, and everybody's like, dude, this is so funny. He trolled everybody. So that's it. But I mean, anyways, we're gonna listen to a little more Monica, and then I'm gonna read some Ayn Rand, and it's 9:46, and then I'm going to the gym. Bono Shell alum.
Lesser crimes. Okay, well, great. That doesn't mean that Amish people. It comes down to.
Oh, we got Beaver in the house. I hope he asks Monica if they were calling him racist.
Black people don't. Black aren't.
This way being forgotten.
Pit bulls are genetically, predisposed to bite more.
Okay. Are we doing
I just want to say one second.
No,
I just
you
want
got
to say,
pit bulls.
I just want to say one thing to Will. I think maybe notice this, so this is why you said it, but I particularly have a pet peeve where people just believe common myths, and the only reason they believe them is because that's what they've always been told and always believed, and they've never questioned them. And I have to audit myself about those conventions, which I believe, which I think if I'm ever true, are not true all the time.
Thanks to rights of you are human.
Yeah,
I thought he was the dog with the lick. You're telling me he's been a human this whole time?
Where's derisive? He left.
He went down to the bottom because of his embarrassment. Yeah.
Oh. It's not a Canadian goose. I'll always appreciate that about you.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, Ben.
What's up?
Or Joe B. Hello. My daughter has 3 pit bulls, and as long as they know you and love you, you're okay. But if you're a stranger, beware.
Okay, that's the cherry on top of that conversation. Thank you for concluding that conversation. Great anecdote.
What's going on in y'all's local news? Anything interesting? Anything fun? We've been having a couple deaths here. A woman fell down a manhole to her death. Terrible, terrible car accidents. The same old New York shit. What about y'all? Anything?
There's always, actually, someone should look up if this is a myth or not, but I feel like there's
because that's Maine this time of the year.
Yay! These manhole deaths are serious.
Someone should look that up. Liberty, 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 liberty.
She's addicted to drinking gas.
Actually, yeah, because I would never walk on manholes when I lived in New York, just from like hearing that. And I wonder if the entire time it was just a myth that I believed.
I'm scared. So look at, is the manhole open or
The manhole!
like stepped on it and it like flipped like a cartoon? So what happened was they looked at the CCTV, and apparently this is what happened. Trucks would go by, eventually it would so much.
Okay, we're gonna go to chillism.
Right. 3 days after the happened, I've heard one. Yes, it was like front page news, and yes, England interfered. And at the
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, this is short. This is Robbie Hoffman. She's really funny. It's always the first time. You notice this? It's always the first time. The dog never attacked nobody before. They're racking their brain. I can't imagine what happened. It's the first time. We left the dog with the cutest thing. You guys,
supplying Ukraine, which isn't really faulty to the Ukraine, but it's part of the doctrine that Newland set up and various entities. Like, they had a peace chance, they had a chance to sit down and do this. We thought it would be over in a little bit, but, you know, again, the U.S. and England pretty much come into the conversation late, and now are just going to talk over people so we can just like fucking let this ring develop and dictate us because of dipshits like you.
Let Viking finish and then you can reply to him, son.
But again, yeah, like, so like we have this weird thing when it comes to geopolitics. Like, there is no right or left approach that actually is fucking going to necessarily. We should get rid of right and left on the U.S. side when we talk about geopolitics, because it carries over from administration to administration. And this approach, what we did in the U.S. with a combination of England, is fucking horrific. We actually created this problem in part, and yes, Russia countered it because we were interfering in there. And then we glossed it over, hyped it up, wrapped it up in a cloth. We bring Zelensky here to Congress, put the fucking Ukrainian flag out there and say, here, we're going to give you billions of dollars. Meanwhile, we're fleecing that money on the back end. Zelensky's fucking more allegations. At this point, and you're going to cheer and say, hey, Ukraine's fighting a good fight, when in reality, the people of the region originally wanted to secede to Russia. There was a huge movement in there that was suppressed, and the U.S.'s intervention kind of created this conflict by preventing that. They should have allowed it. They could have joined, and Matt is right. 3 days after the conflict began, they had shared control. They were going to offer it. Russia was going to pull back and allow these people to be Russian citizens and they to have their rights. That's what they were originally pressing on, and access to the sea. But you know what? You know, believe the Ukrainian hype. Like, we watched this.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
Dude, come on, man. Just shut the fuck up, dude. Who the fuck are you? You're a fucking moron. What are you gonna give me some red cell fucking Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, I had a very simple question like 10 minutes ago.
So, wait, you're gonna give me some what? Nick Fuentes view on geopolitics?
You guys are saying 3 days after they invaded that they said on the condition you don't. But they didn't.
Right out of freak out.
Hold on, but they didn't pull back because the fight was going and we didn't sign a deal. We just pulled back without signing a deal on paper.
You said they would pull back as long as they agreed not to join NATO.
Hold on. I did not understand that the Minsk agreement told them not to join NATO. The Budapest agreement also stipulated that, and they violated both of this agreement. So now why would I pull back without an agreement on paper?
I mean, it seems like
I thought you guys said Sonny was smart.
Yeah. What are you even saying?
But let's not like do the personal stuff. I did. That was at Linda. She wasn't at Sonny.
Yeah. But I understand when someone is uncomfortable.
I just saw GPT.
I think it does try. No one told you not to do it.
We're not allowed to challenge it. It's not GPT.
Well, no, it's like that's a reasonable assessment of what the actual facts are. Seems like that's straightforward.
No, but look, yeah, whatever. It's like that's fine. A preliminary source being ChatGPT before obviously you investigate further. I think it's fine. But then you need to challenge. So presumably you need to vet the sources that ChatGPT is aggregated, and then come back to us.
Yeah, I'm fine to do that.
Yeah. I wasn't dismissing it. I'm just saying, hey, look, that's the challenge. But anyway, to the point, it does seem like it was more than just NATO neutrality. Like it seems like what was required, like there were some territorial demands being made.
Of course there were, and it wasn't Boris Johnson and the Americans that told the Ukrainians to continue fighting because it's important that you keep fighting, right? It was the Ukrainian government who had realized that over the past decade, Russia had been I didn't say anything about winning in 3 days. That's not what I said.
They should have used Trump's 24-hour plan. They just used a 24-hour plan.
Probably.
But I mean, the idea that now you're going to have all these fixed areas, like you're saying, Russia's aggression over the 10 years. Yeah, you could build that up, but also you can how we were approaching under our doctrine into the Russian territories. You forget what happened in Kazakhstan and what we tried to manipulate there, and Russia came in and did an economic trade, which unfortunately for
I
Kazakhstan,
agree.
Shut the fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with you, you retard?
Man, listen,
You're gonna have to. I thought you were smart, and then all of a sudden people cheered you on.
if you're gonna ramble about me and just
Oh man, I do hate this guy solely too, but this is so beautiful watching 200 people go at it.
Talking like fucking frogs. So
when you're allowed to just talk,
all you're doing is
you're gonna get it.
want a white nation. That's all these groypers are about.
I'm not a groyper.
Literally the frog. I bet the frog is on your phone. PTR.
This is a Discord emoji, you idiot.
Yeah.
Oh, yo, wait, Lily, I didn't know you were a groyper. I'm not a groyper. I hate things.
That sounds exactly like something a groyper would do.
No, just a groyper.
Like Nick Fuentes is his idol, but he's not a groyper.
The sexual.
I am a Bernie groyper. I like Bernie Sanders. I'm not a groyper.
They're flying.
Bernie.
Oh.
I mean, Fuentes like Glenn Greenwald, Sully. So what kind of defense is that?
Glenn Greenwald is not a politician.
I mean, you guys literally try to suck farts out of Nick Fuentes' ass on a daily basis. Like, you guys keep coming on here and thinking that you're going to make some radical change, and you're not. You fanboys, you groyper.
He's not lying, so I don't know why you keep.
I mean, this is probably a fanboy of mine from Indianapolis who likes to touch kids.
I feel like we should get back to it. I think it's a really good idea if we just get back to it. We gonna get back to it? Can we get back to it? Get back to the topic? We down with?
Yeah, I was trying to until you had the groypers coming here, and then you got the side chick coming up and trying to support the fucking
He's not a groyper, are you?
Shut the fuck up!
You're a side
Just
chick,
say
Freshy.
shut
Shut up.
up! Shut up!
This
No one cares what you're going to say. No one gives a shit. You're the reason why we men want to take away the right for women to vote.
Okay, so you are just a crazy person.
You're right. I am. I'm crazy. I'm all that.
So
I'm all that.
Crazy person.
I know. I got that. Go back to your country and try to tell me how great it is.
That is a groyper rhetoric if I ever heard it. Are we sure Viking is not a groyper?
Jesus. Well, she comes from a country that isn't fucking allowing her to vote anyway, so it's not like I said anything.
Dude, why do you keep muting everybody except this fucking guy?
Let's roll back to the point of the conversation. We were essentially asking why did the fighting continue even though Ukraine never actually ended up joining NATO. So why is it that
In fact, there were never like any serious plans for them to do it.
No, there was serious plan. The United States blocked it a couple of times. The United States blocked it. So it's not that way or not there was serious plan. I mean, you just
why did they block it?
Are joining. Listen, you're asking the wrong. If the United States keep pushing Ukraine to a fight they could not win, you know very well without U.S. armament and European armament, Ukraine cannot fight Russia. Ukraine is standing right now against U.S. and European armament. So now, at the end of the day, listen, you may be siding with Russia. If your superior power is going to fucking kill you and they have you in a chokehold, you have every obligation to survive. The first
that this war has anything to do with Ukraine or Russia. It literally has nothing to do with Ukraine or Russia. Anybody who knows anything about the conflict or anybody who knows anything about this region or the world in general is following geopolitics for longer than fucking five seconds knows that the Ukraine war has nothing to do with Ukraine or fucking Russia. It's all a posturing war between the United States and China. That's all it is.
I don't think it's like involving China to that extent. I would have agreed on like the Iran part. If you were going to say it was more between the U.S. and China, that one I would agree, and that we're using Iran at posturing.
I could be wrong, quite frankly.
But I think it's more of a. I would agree that it's a posturing war between Russia and mostly the EU with the American backing.
Even if so, why would Ukraine allow themselves? A lot of them have. There's a bunch of fucking dead Ukrainians, and their women are themselves. Let's not be coy about it. That's what's happening to the
Matt, come down to Houston right now. You can buy one, get one free.
No, listen, man. I was in fucking Switzerland with my fucking family, and the people with their inflated balloons was all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it's not a good thing.
Yo, is that the sign over there? You know, inflated balloon?
Oh, you come down here.
I didn't know that, bro. I have your information,
For no
bro.
reason, it's fucking bullshit. And that's the point.
You know what? It's so bad down here. You can go to Steak 48. You can go to like Blue Moon and all of these like high-end restaurants down here. And literally you will find like 10 Ukrainian girls just hanging out in the front waiting for a guy. All dressed to the nines, like all looking great. And you're like, holy shit. You'll have fun down here, man. From God to Christ.
But what?
Bullshit. And they picked the wrong decision.
All of their fucking top leadership, they're driving Bugattis, all of them. What do you think is their fucking motivator here? It's fucking money. They're corrupted. Like, what is so fucking... You're African, you know this. All the governments are fucking corrupted out there. You know this.
I'm black, but I'm not African, but I get the point.
Yeah.
My shithole country is a corrupt one, too. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So you totally understand why they want to keep it going. They don't give a shit. It's not their kids on the front line. It's fucking Ukrainian old men and boys dying so they can fucking fill it with fucking Indians and Pakistanis in 5 years when they need a fucking we have decimated our workforce. We need them. Yeah, but Zelensky doesn't give a shit. He has a fucking house in Dubai or wherever, or Qatar, or whatever the fuck. Like they don't give a fucking money, and you have to go and eat your goyslop and pay for it. What's the problem here, guys? What the fuck are we doing?
You're wrong on one front. So the Israeli conflict is actually fueling Raytheon and all that stuff. So like they're getting a lot of shit ton of money from that because of all the support, the financial aid that's kicking back to the companies. Ukraine is actually profiting all the politicians and all the rich elites individually.
Okay, sure.
That's where that's coming. That money's coming back through NGOs.
I guess I've got a question for the audience because I'm a little bit lost in this conversation. Quite honestly, I've been paying attention, but it's just I'm a little bit lost about like some of the implications some of you are making. So essentially, it's Ukraine's fault for even toying with the idea of joining NATO to begin with, because they should have known that if they fuck around with Russia, they'll find out. That's the general sentiment I'm getting, right? And then we're pointing to the corruption internally, domestically, but like, isn't it part of, I guess, the U.S.'s stand?
No one is saying Russia doesn't fucking isn't to blame.
Wait, is my intuition correct about, like, I guess the confusion that I have? Like, am I arbitrarily just confused here?
Well, I'm not even sure what their argument is.
Wait.
Spitting out nonsense.
So wait, Milith is quoting ChatGPT and saying Zelensky was getting rid of corruption. This is false because he actually has massive corruption since day fucking one.
Yes.
So we've caught it, and he didn't get rid of it. The only time that it's gotten recognized is when, guess what? It hits the front page news, and it's like the fucking people of Ukraine are holding concrete evidence in their hand. They're saying, "Hey, this motherfucker bought 20 Bugattis, and this was supposed to be aid for food." Where is it? Jesus, Bill, I forget you Canadians are soft.
Sorry. I'm just saying, like, I was in the middle of saying something, right? So, like,
I'm not even sure what their argument is at this point. Like, it seems the Ukrainians had an off-ramp that Russia gave them, and he thinks the off-ramp was like a good deal or whatever, where like Russia takes part of your territory and Russia takes part of your territory and you can't join NATO, right? Even though I'm not even sure that that's all the stipulations that were involved in the deal, right? But he seems to think that was a good deal and that Ukraine should have taken that deal, right? That seems to me to be insanely crazy. Like, think about the 10 years leading up to the invasion, right? Russia had been like fomenting basically like a civil war in the Donbass, right, through hybrid warfare, which I was reading all of the ChatGPT like statistics on that, right? Russia had annexed Crimea, which is part of Ukraine, and Russia was massing troops and like had in fact invaded your country, right? It makes perfect sense in that type of situation to fight the war, even if Russia is like supposed to. Widespread, broad-based movement to like join the Ukrainian army, right? And if Russia were to take over all of Ukraine, right, and Ukraine were like say like we're not gonna fight Russia, just like I'm gonna take all our territory, it would have horrible for Ukrainians who would have been subjugated to like in significant ways, like going forward, because Russia is just a horrible, corrupt, terrible place.
Now that you fight Rom and the flag and hand soldier marching and stuff, and you did the whole heartstring thing with actually nothing grounded in reality. Let's go back to this. Again, U.S. involvement predates Zelensky's arrival. We have been messing with Ukraine for a long time. Ukraine, once under Zelensky, yes, there were inroads made to NATO. There was even asked to join the EU, said fuck no to them, because they knew that Ukraine particularly fucking England. England did not want them joining at that time prior to their vote, prior to absolutely everything. They didn't want them in there at all. Germany didn't even really want them. Poland didn't want them. Fucking France, who gives a shit what the French think? They're the reason why we have Canadians. But overall, when you look at the history of it, Zelensky wasn't like brought in on a wave of revolutionary austerity and prosperity. He's going to revitalize the country. He was brought in under the U.S. doctrine and told to lick the rear end and the boot of the U.S. That is literally what he was brought in for. That is Newland's approach, and we did it perfectly. Just like we did it in Iran when we overthrew people, that you complain about. Just like we do it 100 fucking times. We did a regime change, is what we really did. Now, what you forget is the people in the areas that Russia currently has, the Donbass, Crimea, all these areas, they were in the streets about fucking pushing back against Kiev. Like they did not want Zelensky. They didn't want Ukrainian government. They absolutely opposed it. But you forget this, and it was the mass majority of fucking people in that area. They even told U.S. reporters to come back and say, hey, we want to join Russia. There were CNN videos. There were MSNBC, Fox News, all before this shit. Literally before this shit. Because it was going to be used against Trump as a political weapon because Obama was, trying to stage that. But you forget all these dynamics down there because you just used ChatGPT and said, hey, help me. But when you look at that region, those people wanted to leave. They had asked Russia for help. Now, you're saying that those people who were voter suppressed, they were ostracized, they had wealth taken away from them, they were in prison, they were told they couldn't did it. I think it was just an excuse to go in because they want to sit over those rich mineral areas and they want to have access to the seaports. But nonetheless, that was the primary goal of Russia, as stated, is saying, hey, we're going to go back and get our people. And Zelensky wanted to push back. But the Ukrainians were fucking ostracizing, punishing them, and torturing them prior to Russia's invasion. So to act like the Ukrainian government was just defending its own, no, it was doing an ethnic cleansing of anybody who was, quote, of Russian descent. And they have been doing that for years. The Ukrainians are not some fucking moral, angelic fucking beings. They're like a fucking corrupt nation from the ground up. And they have no problem with ethnic cleansings. They don't have any problems doing any of that shit. So I'm kind of confused when you try to paint them in this beautiful mosaic of just trying to be independent, when in fact, they've been a corrupt nation, and Zelensky is no fucking different because he voted.
But somehow or another, you ignore that. Viking, just so we are clear, that doesn't necessarily mean Russia doesn't have its own interests and want to
Correct.
expand.
Russia can have its own interests. I'm not dismissing that. But to act like Ukraine is some fucking innocent and you're going to wave the Ukrainian flag and say, I still live in Ukraine. It's weird.
One thing's for sure, and this is very obvious, that the Ukrainians have a little squabble in them. That's how we was in the streets. They got some squabble, and they got some strong heart, and what they're mastering is the art of drone warfare. And what they've been doing is kind of putting belt to ass out there, and they did a parade the other day, and the morale is down in Russia, and really people are starting to side-eye Putin the same way we're looking at Trump. But I think people underestimated the Ukrainians' squabble, and they got a little bit of squabble in them. And so what I see happening is they're going to come to a deal, because what they've been trying to do is bring Trump back in it to kind of make it a little more peaceful, because they don't want them to keep bombing Moscow the way they've been doing. So Russia's not really doing what they should have done. We're going on 5 years now. I'll land there.
Are you guys aware that when Zelensky came to power, he didn't speak Ukrainian? He spoke it a little bit, but he wasn't fluent Ukrainian. He had to learn Ukrainian when he became president. And conflating the two. Just because someone speaks Russian doesn't mean you support Russia. Take Zelensky, for example. He's speaking Russian in his addresses to the nation, and after the invasion, he started speaking Ukrainian only. So how are you going to sit here and say that they are somehow oppressing the Russian-speaking population of Russia when they elected a Russian speaker as a president? How do you explain that? Tell me.
What does speaking another language have to do with anything?
And you say that if it comes from Kiev, as the Russian propaganda says, that they are killing Russian speakers in eastern part of Ukraine, and how does that then work together?
Wait, are you denying the fact?
Wait, I'm not done.
Go ahead.
For 5 minutes like you usually do after this. So
people that are in opposition parties, if you're mass incarcerating them, if you're fucking taking away rights that they had under the Ukrainian constitution because they're Russian, and you say these people don't belong in our society, and you ostracize them, you make a Russian version of Jim fucking Crow, then yes, we can say this, because that existed prior to the invasion of Russia into Ukraine. This was a large complaint. This was known in the US. This was known in Western media. So the ability to speak Russian has nothing to do with the conflict. Those people in that region that wanted to be part of Russia, which we sent fucking news media there, which we sent all over since Obama's time, and actually have the videos of people saying, yes, we're Russian, we're not Ukrainian. And all of a sudden they don't get rights, but yet Ukraine's going to own that whole area and say, hey, it's fine. So Russia can.
I'm not talking to you.
Well, whether you're talking to me or not, this is an open stage. Chernobyl was Russian. And I remember when I was a young child, when I can remember when I was a young boy, when Chernobyl erupted and went off and basically put that nuclear energy all around that land in that area. That's when they kind of siphoned off and cut a piece off, because it was basically it was infected, so to speak. I guess that's the right way to say it. It had nuclear waste all around that area, and the land wasn't really that good at one point. But through the course of time and years, well, things have kind of cleaned up, and the environment has taken care of itself. But Chernobyl was Russian, and all of that area, those people. We understand that. That would be like siphoning a piece of Louisiana off, or South Carolina off, or Texas from the United States. Of course, they're going to want theirs back. But the real present, the people, it was that pipeline. They wanted that pipeline to go through Ukraine, straight to Germany. And they wouldn't do business. And that's where Zelensky really fucked up, is that he should have did business with them to begin with, taking a piece of the proceeds of the pipeline, and they would have been feeding Europe oil right now on a much more efficient level. I'll land there.
Right, I have a question for you. And I ask this genuinely. When Russia invaded Ukraine, what was Vladimir Putin?
If we're going in to rescue our people, we're going to save our citizens. Yeah, he came in to say we're going to save our people. It basically rhetoric, but in reality, I'll say he wants to the sea, and he wants those rich mineral deposits. Russia hasn't moved those lines since they've invaded.
You're gonna block me? You're gonna block Pepe? You can block everybody, well, I'm gonna block you! I'm gonna block you, Monica! Because Anon, there you go, bye, Monica!
Yes, I've heard that as well, but there were still Russian people there, and Ukraine was still removing the rights.
What I'm interested in is, like, from what ChatGPT summary about like how Russia co-opted the movement, how Russia put in like literally like parts of its like military that like were like managing the movement, funding the movement, right? If you think all of that's the separatist movements in the Donbass, if you think all of that's correct, right? And if you think Russia illegally annexed the Crimea, right? If you think all of that's correct, then like why do you think that Ukraine should have just rolled over? Maybe obviously Russia was posing a serious threat to their territorial integrity, to their prosperity. Like it wasn't allowing or didn't want Ukraine for whatever reason to join like the European Union, right? It was like posing a threat in like multiple different vectors, multiple different ways. Why should they just have rolled over? Makes no sense.
The Nord Stream, I think it was the Nord Stream pipeline. And if you look at that,
I was going to say, you're saying that Russia was trying to pull on Israel by moving settlers to the region?
Here's one thing to think about, right? If you're the leadership of Ukraine and you're hearing people like Lindsey Graham and others saying, well, we're killing Russians without losing one American soldier, who cares, let's just fund this war, and you're realizing that they're drip feeding you military supplies in such a way where collapsing, and they're only giving you New York fucking like every 6 months, and it's just like always 4 months late. It might be a good time to just concede. I don't know, it's just a thought. It's not just rolling over, but
we gotta look at
you're not actually addressing the point that Bella, which is if you're talking about a couple of days into this war and Russia offers consent. But if you're only talking about the first couple of days of the war, we didn't know all that. Also, that doesn't speak to the resolve of the Ukrainian people at all. And again, right? So like you're saying, oh well, why should Ukraine just roll over? Like again, if you're looking at it through the perspective of if we are in a sovereign country and our neighbor attacked us, then who cares if there's slow walking aid? I mean, you could look at it and go, well, we may not win this war, but here we are. We're in 2026. So if you want to play the hindsight game, we're in 2026 and this war is still going on. So why would they? Why blow over?
Thing too about the Ukrainians, they have showed the resolve that you're speaking about, and that has given them a one-up with Europe, with Western Europe. And what that has done is make the Europeans look at them as because that was the way that Trump designed it. But the reality of it is these Pahawks and all these missiles and drones and stuff, all that stuff out in the field. The U.S. doesn't have an unlimited stockpile of weapons when they're warring every 72 months. They're in a new war. So they're using the stockpile as they make it. And it takes 2 to 3 years to make some of these weapons. So what they're selling to Ukraine, if we get into a confrontation with anybody, we actually really need that shit for ourselves. But the reality of it is, I think that Europe is starting to pivot towards Ukraine being their safety because they've shown that resolve and they've shown that ability to kind of protect and hedge that eastern entry point into Europe. So I think what's going to end up happening is they're going to end up bringing Ukraine. Europe from the eastern flank. And all of them right there.
Or you could just ask a really, really simple question, simplify this greatly, which is who would you rather have as your next door neighbor? Would you rather have Russia, who clearly has territorial ambitions, or would you rather have Ukraine? Like, I think that's the calculus that Europeans have to ask themselves.
Does anybody know the death toll for Russians now through this thing? I'd say it's several 100,000.
It's massive.
massive. I want to say it's 500,000. I could be totally wrong.
It's 3 million. It's 3 million.
Cotton ball, by the way, Ukraine is not getting tomahawks. And the kinds of weapons that were used in Iran, for example, they were some of those missiles that could have been used in Iran. The weapons they got that firing last year or like very soon. So they were taking versions of these the older versions, the
I'm
ones
not
that
quite sure
no
why I'm
longer,
here or what I'm doing.
being produced.
But
So
What do you mean, expiring like milk?
yes.
All right, so explain to me, just make sense to me how gunpowder expires, or how it expire, or how metal expires, or how a bomb would expire. Explain what in it would expire.
And I don't
So the idea is
like
that the
the
United States
internet
restocks its
because I
stockpiles
can't
of
find a
weapons with
job.
the newest current
The
biggest
library
thing,
blocked
right?
my
And so
password.
therefore,
Now
in
tell
order
me,
to
does
do
that
that,
make
you
any
need to put your own
sense to
supplies, or you just
you?
have lots of old
I'm not
weapons
quite
lying
sure
around.
why
So the idea
Hold on, wait a minute.
But just as a quick fact check, the death toll in Russia
Expire.
between 300 and 500,000.
And explosives don't expire.
Doesn't expire.
Right.
Of course not.
Okay.
This point is low-key bothering me. Metal does kind of expire. It rusts.
Okay, so now we're concerned about it rusting.
No, time out. Basically, you're not actually.
No, but like.
If you want to take it here, you can. This point is silly. Like again, this has been something that's been talked about at length in this war.
Well, here's the reality of it, and this is the reality.
I'll give you an answer, but if you just want to talk, that's fine too.
Well, I know from a common sense perspective, metal and gunpowder don't expire.
Okay, so then let me explain it to you. If it doesn't make sense from a common sense standpoint, then let me explain it to you so that it does make sense to you. Again, we're talking about old armaments from years and years and years ago. The United States is constantly updating and constantly getting new armaments. So the United States is saying, "Hey, we can fund this war, fund who we believe."
Boys.
Muskets don't expire. They become in extreme example.
Okay, well, let's use some real world stuff then.
It is greatest, incredible American technology.
But I want to ask you a question then. Since you answered the question, I have another question. And this question is this. What do you think the timeline is to make 100,000 bombs of any sort, updated, whatever date or time? What do you think the timeline is?
I have no idea. I'm saying the United
Tulsi said we should all get an amazing worship the Lord.
You answered it that way because you were honest, because you have no idea. It takes 2 years to make.
No, that's not necessarily true. It depends on the type of bombs. Like I could make fucking pipe bombs, 100,000 of them in
It takes 2 years to make 1,000 of these. It takes 2 years.
What's the name of the missile? What's the name of the missile you think that is going to
They're not using tomahawks. No, they're not using the tomahawks. They're using it in fucking Israel. It takes 24 months to make it.
How do you think that?
They're not selling the fucking tomahawks. The United States making bombs. We're not making bombs like that.
Okay, it depends on the type of munitions that you're talking
Where the fuck do you think they're getting the
about.
weapons from? You
Wait,
think they
it
just pull
depends
them
on
out
the
of there?
munitions that you're talking about. Bombs cover a whole broad array of fucking
Well, let's use ChatGPT and find out where we're getting the munitions from and how long it takes to make it. It takes 24 months to make any of that shit.
24 months to make a missile is a stupid statement. You have to say amount.
You said it takes 2 years.
It's so stupid.
And this is the reason why Trump looks so fucking stupid right now.
China pumps out 1,000 of them in a fucking 3 days.
China has never been in a war in my lifetime, and I'm 52 years old.
They've been in conflicts, but
China has never been in a motherfucking
have you ever heard of Tibet, Indian border, even some conflicts around Russia?
in a fucking war.
This is stupid.
This is the dumbest.
So let's chat
So dumb.
Dude,
Dude.
we got so many intelligent white
ChatGPT
guys on
questions
the
all
stage.
flawed.
Somebody use ChatGPT
Question is flawed.
and find out how
Why
long
are you asking someone else to use ChatGPT?
How many missiles are nothing impressive? Saying one missile takes 24 months is fucking
It depends on how you use it. It depends on bombs. It depends. Bombs and missiles are different. Like your category of bomb is fucking broad. It covers everything from IEDs to allow basically a firecracker all the way up to a nuclear weapon. I mean, what are you talking about? Like in terms of bombs?
Let's research two things. What did we give the Ukrainians? Find out that bomb. And how long does it take to make
We
a
gave them a variety of weapons.
Okay, and just find out one. Find out one.
In the meantime, Totem, take your blood
Just
pressure.
find out one. Find out one.
But Toten, real quick, because you said it takes 2 years to make 1,000, but that's over 2 a day.
You don't even know what we're talking about yet.
I don't think you understand supply chain. I don't think you can understand supply chain here.
I don't think you understand what we're talking about.
Supply chain.
It's not like you're waiting the full. You're not waiting 2 years to get.
I mean, I'm kind of confused. You're asking what we gave them. We gave them tabs. We gave them stingers. We gave them fucking RPGs. We gave them a variety of.
Let's go with stingers. How long does it take to make 10,000 stingers? Let's figure that out.
A month. South Koreans seem to pump them out pretty fast.
All we gotta do is look it up. How long does it take to make 10,000 stingers?
A month based on South
And
Korea.
I just want to say, none of these figures are publicly disclosed.
How long
These are
does it
estimates,
take
by the way. They would never disclose this information.
How long
And
does
in
it
wartime, you can industrialize a factory, like a car
How
factory or
long
something,
does it
to
take
make
to
these
make
bombs
10,000
as fast as you
stingers?
want. You can scale up production as fast as you want.
The irony here also is that the fact that what Totem is talking about, that's actually what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz right now. Like the Ukrainian fucking, what do you call them? Like the not surveyors, what? Totem is using the kind of head on the nail there, but you're getting it confused, Totem. It's the Ukrainians that are telling Americans this right now in the Strait of Hormuz. So it's not the Ukrainians that are using them. It's your military using it against Iran.
I'm trying to make a point that you obviously are seeing the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is if we're supplying these weapons, we don't have an endless supply of this shit.
Yes, that is true, but it's the case in Israel, not in Ukraine.
Whether it's in Tokyo, or Israel, Ukraine, wherever we use them at, we don't have an endless fucking supply of this.
Yeah, no, of course.
If Jordan would stop screaming, I would explain
the production.
Please, thank you. Explain it.
Isn't that the reason why we're increasing the production of all of these weapons? Technology. We're also buying one from other areas. Yes. She doesn't have a military career. Please don't do that. No, she doesn't. She Googled that on ChatGPT.
Yeah, Claudette, help me.
Alright, I do apologize. I got her mixed up with someone else named Jessica, who actually does have some military career. But she was doing, so she actually does have some good explanations. But my apologies. I do know someone named Jessica who actually did have some in the military, so she was explaining. I mixed them up. But she does have this
Explaining to us how we're wasting taxpayers' money and we don't have weapons to secure our own borders and shit. Keep explaining that.
Who's going to attack America's border with missiles?
The U.S. And also, if you think that if you're going to say China, no, because they would they have no interest in our hemisphere. They're only interested in that.
Now you're off in the weeds. Come back to the road and let's talk about.
If China wants to do a mass invasion of the U.S., like a Normandy style on California, a Stinger is not going to push that.
You're not getting the point.
No, you don't understand
There are
the
some
point.
adults in the room who
No,
understand.
you're not at the table. You're at the kids' table.
Come back to the
video
room.
game warfare instead of like actual real warfare.
How long do you think it takes?
The Stinger does not take very long to
It
make.
doesn't matter if
We
it's
roll
a
them off
Stinger.
pretty.
I'm gonna ask you guys to stop screaming.
Thank God, Don. Thank God.
Yeah,
So first off,
hold on, Brad, real quick. So, the Ukraine not only receives munitions from the United States, but they also receive from NATO and allies. Also, private defense contractors, Western manufacturers, German firms.
You still haven't answered the question. How long does it
Be
take?
quiet. I'm talking. Be quiet.
How long
Please
does
stop.
it take?
Production, Ukraine also produces a significant portion of its own munitions through state-owned and private defense corporations. Okay? So first do that lookup, right? NATO, Germany, the states, and their private defense contractors. Okay? Then you can look up how long it takes and what exactly you're looking for. Which exactly it takes, because they're all timelines. Go ahead, Brad.
So again, it depends on the type of munition. Just saying.
Do you mind if I just do something real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so I put it in the chat. The rough estimation under the sort of like the current sort of like release production is about 13.9 years or 167 months. But let's read this together, okay? Okay. At the rate scale up production by 20x during war times, and that would reduce the amount of time it took to produce
Precisely.
figures to about 1.5. At 10x, it's about 1.4 years. At 20x, meaning that it's multiple countries producing them. So the U.S. and an additional.
Yeah, how many factories?
It would come down to about 8 to 9 months to produce.
Thanks for stealing my idea, Dewey.
Exactly.
So like
How long does it?
I'm gonna shut up, dude. You really have no knowledge.
Shut up.
I'm gonna answer it with a number. You want to hold on? Right now, one factory can make 2 a day. But
So
you can make 10
fucking days.
one factory. How many factories? Oh my God! Now listen. That's one factory. How many factories do you want? Do you want 10 factories?
It doesn't work that way either. It doesn't work that way.
I know. I'm just trying to.
Factor this in. All your ChatGPT estimates are going to, if your ChatGPT is calibrated this way, is going to draw a distinction between warden rates. Yes, it's about 2 a day, but in wartime it can go as far as about
That's what I was saying.
12 a day. Right?
2. Oh my God! Listen to the words that you said. Listen to the words that you said.
Dude, shut up. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily work like this. It depends on the missile systems themselves because we don't just build them from scratch, like 2 a day. We're not like sitting there going, all right, guys, let's hammer out the steel and case these in. We source a lot of the parts. We bring them in from fucking China, South Korea. We'll bring them in from a lot of places and we can throw them together. Again, it depends on the missile system. If you're talking high end, like something like a HIMARS system, Patriot system, yeah, they take a little bit longer. But something like a Stinger, we can whip them out to the tunes of 100 a day. It's that at the beginning of this, when they started giving munitions over, they needed a 30-month ramp up to meet the production goals. This is kind of like bullshit on that end because we knew that they could chunk these out pretty fast, and they're just asking for a broader contract. So there's a lot of political money grab that's going on there. Once we have that production going to scale, and we can buy them from other areas, Don is correct. Other places do help make these components, and we just piece it together, put our technology in, and boom, we're off to the races. So when you look at production, it's not just 2 a day. And to do your point that when we wrap it up during peacetime, we actually have more of a stockpile. We do have, I hate to tell you guys this, Terry, we do hold shit back. And the only time we get rid of that shit is generally when we have a replacement or that, hey, we just have too much, we can have too much. So something a lot better that we have a massive stockpile on. We don't do that. The military does not go down. We always fearmonger about it because we want that budget. We never want that budget to go away. But the U.S. has a lot of munitions. We are not running out. It's more bullshit in politics. I mean, for fuck's sake, we're still sending ships all around the world. We're still engaged in 22 different conflicts on fucking various continents, and we're still interfering in multiple areas. And we're still funding multiple nations during conflicts. Like, really, if it was that big, with fucking from Obama to now, we would all be like fucking firing muskets, like Dewey said.
Another thing off of that, Viking, like, it's also like if someone were to attack the United States and use like fucking high stratosphere, some super fucking rocket carrying a nuclear armament, what the fuck would a Stinger do to intercept that? Could it even? Right? So it's like, what are we talking about?
Somebody said, I think it was the we were all somebody was talking about how we were just picking up like our old stuff, and I don't think that that's true at all. I think that if you're looking at like the executive orders that have been signed lately to like maximize like production by removing like the stock buybacks from all these like like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. But yeah, I mean America's kind of like seen this already because we've already been away with if you guys watched the actual hearing with Cooper. I think it's Admiral Cooper, this CENTCOM guy. They kind of spoke to this, and then Joe Kane kind of spoke to this as well. I don't really listen to PHEC stuff from those guys because those guys are the political part of it, right? But these other guys are kind of pinpoint when they talk about stockpiles and they talk about could be scarce at a point in time, but obviously things are going to ramp up during wartime. I think Dewey was kind of speaking to this, and so was IO. Everybody's just saying, hey man, when you need it, you're going to kind of consolidate all of your energy into doing something that you actually need to acquire this desired outcome. You can kind of see it during COVID, we had to make a lot of adjustments, and we had to make a whole bunch of companies that normally didn't do the thing. So yeah, I think you would kind of extend that here to the conflict as well. Why not?
Ukraine is also producing a lot of its own weaponry because there has been a sense of pullback from the U.S. Europe has taken up, NATO countries have taken up some of that slack, but there's a significant amount of missiles that actually can reach inside Russia that are being produced by
person bus, and guess what? I have it parked near a cliff, and I'm gonna get out of the short person bus right now with all of you, and I'm gonna go to the back, and I'm gonna start doing the heavy lifting, and I'm gonna push and push because I don't have I don't have the brake on. Anyways, you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense, Danny?
Okay. Do you know if there's any never mind. You know what? I give up. If I'm dead, it wasn't me. It was you guys.
What?
It wasn't me. Where'd you go?
I think my friend is the one that sends all these people after me. And the thing is,
Well, respectfully, I think that's a little bit deranged.
why would it be deranged to think that there's a huge psyop and it's the staff?
Because it's this. Wait, hold on, my friend. It's this thing called personal responsibility. And as Dr. Jordan Gruber here likes to say, may he help enlighten all sentient beings to total and true perfect freedom. And so, Danny, all we're trying to say is you're going to need some new material. And that means the next time you go up on stage, try to introduce some new material into the content. And that could be reading a book.
I talked about IG Farben.
No. Don't rely on.
I might do occasionally.
Oh, okay, so go ahead, my friend. Hello? Sometimes I do the same thing. Oh, go ahead.
With your mind into neutral, you will have acquired inexhaustible patience. You will be able to listen to another person's point of view with such concentration and detachment, even when your own opinions are being torn to shreds, that sometimes you will say to yourself, hey, he is right. I'm wrong. I can learn from him. That attitude of open-mindedness, of having a slow-going mind which listens very carefully to opposing points of view and is always prepared to learn from them, is the beginning of kindness. And kindness is the foundation of a harmonious world. Hurry is unkindness. So whenever you sit down for meditation or clown house engagement, you might remind yourself that you should be slowly changing gears from the fastest to the slowest until after your immune system and vital organs, and lengthening your life, all from a book.
So, Dr. Jordan, I have the room title, Trump is a Dumb R Word, because we're trying to show that people project onto Trump and other people all the time their own R word status. And so it's like one of those things where it's just personal responsibility. And so if you are a Karen at the park and you take your dog off the leash, and then other Karens will say, yeah, it's not that black guy's fault. It's your dumb ass for taking your fucking dog off its leash. It's the same thing with projection. When you project onto Trump that he's a dumb R word, it's your projection, meaning that you let yourself off the leash, meaning you're not taking personal responsibility for what you got to do in your that beach house. He told me that. He's like, I want that beach house. And I'm like, okay, well, everybody wants a lifestyle, but the way to get the lifestyle, you have to reverse engineer your success, and spending your emotional opportunity to project onto Trump, what it is that you don't have. But anyways, the point is
he could start a group, like he could start a Trump university, and then he could do it.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, people that hate Trump.
A casino, or you could start.
Yeah, casinos are always a good choice. Casinos are the biggest sucker. Casinos are so incredibly stupid, but people go in there and they really think they can win, and it's just amazing how much. Because it's free to be an R word here.
It's not free, no. It's.
Danny, when was the last time you sat down for an hour or 30 minutes and read a book? Be honest. Tell us the truth.
I think this is projection.
Danny, I'm going to ask you one more time before I kick you to the goo. I'm going to be clear in my warning. Answer the question. When was the last time you sat down and read a book? Oh, she left. So, all I'm trying to get at is, if you read a book today, at any time today, you are in the top 1% of people. You just open Dhammapada or Tao Te Ching or Marcus Aurelius.
Your Life is Your Message by Eknath Easwaran.
Any great master will do, but don't read the Jungle Book. Go a little further into the jungle and find a good book.
Here, look, listen to this. This is called Reading the Mystics. We are so immersed these days in what the mass media offer that it is helpful to give half an hour or so each day to reading a book. In fact, it says it is helpful to give half an hour or so each day to reading the scriptures and the writings of the great mystics of all religions, because their experiences and encouraging words can give us the support and companionship we need to keep up our efforts to transform our lives. Just before bedtime, after evening meditation, is a particularly good time for spiritual reading, because the thoughts you fall asleep in will be with you throughout the night. So in other words, he says, read a wisdom book from the ancient masters, because they have good stuff to say.
disc injury, so I've been in a lot of pain. So just hearing Tolkien again, hearing the actual words, separating, disambiguating them from what I remember from the movies, because I haven't read the books for a while, is just the writing and the illumination and the spiritual messages are, I would put it up there in that list of the books of masters and mages that we should read, or something that he captured that is just really humane and helpful to the spirit of the earth and people.
Dr. Jordan, do you have a rope or a yoga strap, and do you lay down on your back and pull on your hamstring and take the deepest breath of the day every day?
I don't, although I do have a yoga strap. Should be delivered soon, and I'm going to have other things that would work. And I am inundated by ads for something called the Castle Flex. That's double. And it cost $250. It's really fascinating. I'm almost tempted to get one eventually because they put so much effort into the marketing.
I mean, I have a yoga strap for $9.99 off of Amazon, and probably 3 times a day, I get down on my padded cushions. I have a big Japanese padded bed on my wooden floor, and I do hip rotations and then hamstring pulls, and I do deep breaths and fire breathing.
So I am stretching every day and have been, and I'm working with a very good book called Back Mechanic by a guy named Stuart McGill, as well as another book called Tell Me Where It Hurts, which is a brand new book about how pain is actually put together in the brain from biological, mental, emotional, and community environmental signals. But the truth is I have severe stenosis, and so there's a physical narrowing, and there isn't really. I think you're right that more stretching would be helpful, but I've been taking this really deep dive into pain and what it is and where it comes from. And when you stay up a few weeks in a row because you can't fall asleep because you're in too much pain, you really, you get to know what your own process really is around pain and what it's going to be like at the end of your life and such. And I'm fascinated by pain. I'm fascinated by the fact that it hurts in my leg. My leg has nothing wrong with it. The problem is in my back. And yet the signals, the pain signals, the alarms, that is telling me that there's a problem that I should, my brain is trying to figure out what's going on. And it's telling me don't use your leg because your back hurts. It's just very interesting. And I'm up to like 9,000 or 10,000 steps a day. I'm back to the gym, so I'm out of survival mode and crisis mode. But I've never had an injury like this at 66, and there was no precipitating event. I didn't do something wrong or bad. There was no accident. I just think that I was doing too many back arches. It's a very fascinating, difficult thing to do in our society.
Yeah, I over the years I've been like chanting Dhammapada by Buddha, and and when I say chanting, I just mean like reading it out loud, and it puts you into like a very deep state of relaxation and hypnosis, and programs you with really intelligent, divine prescription or perception or projection. Like it doesn't matter. Vibrations. Highly addictive to listen to. It's like bird watching, but it's people watching. And people watching turns out is a hell of a lot more addictive and interesting than bird watching. But I appreciate the people that like bird watching because I like bird watching too. The experience of reading a book out loud versus the experience of, say, laying on your bed and reading it silently for an hour, it's just they're like night and day. The one when you read it out loud and you chant it, it's like you're listening to yourself doing it, so you're really doing brain programming, like at the neurological molecular level. And so,
absolutely,
yeah,
that's why I'm so loving listening to. And Linda's gotten better and better at reading. I mean, she's still, and there's some very hard things that he uses all sorts. Maximum malts, maybe.
I can't remember the name of it, but anyways, it just.
We are oddly similar in the things we're interested in. So I know we've read a lot of the same things and seen a lot of the same things.
I'm just saying that books mixed with AI and the internet and social media, like that's the new way to like live your life, because the content that is coming out of platforms, it's so stupid that you have to. Everything else is basically reverse engineered for capital, attention capital economy. And so I'm just saying that like we're now living with the greatest slave population the world has ever known because of the cell phone and all the platforms and all the junk and crap that comes out in the content. So book, Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness. And, I haven't read anything that I necessarily disagree with yet. And I'm on page 50.
Well, she had a lot of followers. A lot of people liked her stuff. I mean, I liked reading Atlas Shrugged. I was with her.
See, I mean, the thing that scares me is because we live in such a debt-ridden society, and she claims that society has two functions, which is knowledge transfer or knowledge accumulation, and then trading. So we need the knowledge to create products and services to trade. That's the basis of the economy. And unfortunately, we have no one in society actually interested in knowledge or transferring it or accumulating it or processing it. And I'm talking about, stuff in these books. Everything that we're told by everyone, it's all propaganda.
Well, like as an example, you may be aware that Brian Johnson, who goes by the name of Philosopher BRA, recently live streamed himself taking a superhumanly large dose of DMT.
Mm-hmm.
And so the whole media spectacle and experience is about this guy taking this DMT. But it's not like he's not like a Huxley who, after he took mescaline, came back with the Doors of Perception and forever changed the minds of tens of millions of people. It's about the fact that he did this thing. And isn't that amazing? So, it's the same phenomena, but all of the levels of knowledge and wisdom are lost because he's not that good a communicator or that smart compared to the people we've been talking about. He's just a guy who made a few $100 million as a tech bro and decided to give himself the label philosopher. What the fuck does he know? So, I don't know.
The binary and then the melting away of the binary at certain times. And so I'm trying to say that if all the time that people are putting into creating content here about Trump, if they were to simply use that time to create content using books, oh my God, their personal lives would be so much better. So, I think I try to mix and match and have variety to try to constantly stay entertained. But I would really encourage you to come on this app and read your book, whether it's the psychedelic one or a philosophy book, and just read it and let people experience the wisdom of you reading the book, and then create your enlightenment.com platform with Dr. Jordan, teaching the Tao Te Ching.
Interesting. We did read your Symphony of Selves, but I made it a group thing. I have one or two friends who are better readers than me, not many. People couldn't really read. So I could see, I could just pick a time and go on and read for 15 minutes a day or something and just see how that felt. That's not a bad idea. Thank you.
But see, the cool thing is when some people, that is actually like an awareness experience. There's no good or bad, because the whole point is we're trying to get people to experience reading books again. And so there's no good or bad.
I'm sure the numbers on that are just as even putting them out. It's gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. I mean, I'm still reading books, but that's part of my job. But I'm also taking in vast amounts of information from news sources, including AI, and we haven't talked much about that. But that's really tricky for me because there are some things that there's no question AI can, give me a 97% head start on it and save me dozens of hours. But then I have to still make it mine somehow. And anything that AI writes the initial draft of doesn't ever really sound or feel. We played with it once for a little bit. It's fantastic. It's amazing.
John and I have both experimented on our own, and both of us have come up with some things that I think are pretty cool.
No, there's no question that I do have a Substack now, and each time I publish a new one, I think I have 19 out, but I'm about to serialize some new research that we've done on microdosing. But I start with a different diagram at the top that represents which one of the 9 major themes of the enlightened stack I'm talking about. And I was able to use AI to come up with sort of a diagram that let me change around whatever images I have and connect them, overlap them, have them touch in a way that I'm having a good skill. It would have taken me forever. I'm just so happy that AI was able to work with the enlightenment and exactly what I wanted.
On your lips like something new.
Out there on the park line. Real talk. The Texas on my mind.
Oh, Jordan. So I have these Bible flashcards. You know, there was a church bookstore near my house, so I bought all these like Bible neurolinguistic programming and therapy. Just reading these Bible flashcards, quietly out loud, it's just so enriching for the mind and therapeutic for the body that, a lot of atheists on this app. I just from a medical perspective, neurolinguistic dialectic programming and therapy, it really is real. It works, and you can do it in English, you can do it in Spanish, you can do it in any language. The brain, unless it gets programming, it's a shame. Why do you think so many people live in darkness? It's because they've never done the programming. There's just a never-ending amount. But I'm telling you a quick shortcut, and I think this is why the Bible is so popular. It's really the Bible flashcards. It's that quick aim of the mind, or the brainwave would be. What we would just call it the Beach Boy vibration. But to me, the Bible flashcards are an incredible source of instantaneous delight and wisdom and joy, because it basically helps you reframe. I mean, just like a basic quote from Isaiah, like, I'm with you. Like that type of motivation, that type of empowerment, it's empowering.
I use music a lot in the same kind of way. Like some of my new favorite songs this year, Stevie Wonder song, it has very high we sang it together.
Well, I've experimented a lot with books and experiencing the book. And the thing is, there's just not enough time to ever go through even the books that I personally accumulated. So I feel like really, the guy told me once, it's like, he's like, your pattern is really how your success will develop. And so, I mean, like you said, if I just came to this app and read for 15 minutes a high value book, it would be so beneficial for me and for the people that hear it. So I would really encourage you to try to into your schedule and create a house called Jordan Reads a Book, and you would be amazed at how many people you program to regularly come to your room, because this app is a Pavlovian is how they actually create stickiness in the same way the slot machine is able to draw the attention, keep the attention, manipulate the dopamine, and then eventually, pull the trigger and take that person's money. So it's all programming. And, I just think a lot of people on here who maybe they're very smart and they say they've published all these white papers, but they're here talking endlessly, kind of shows me that their product or their creation is really not a creation at all. It's just like a publishing business that they're in, and they don't know that they're just a publishing business. Maybe they think there will be commercial application because they can patent or something, but to me, the internet publishing business is the real new economy, and it's one step above the insurance business or the paper business. Ancient Atlanteans, it's really bad philosophy because it's not good social psychology. It's not personal development. And, I'm not a Freemason, but I can understand that over there at the Freemason building or over there at the Catholic Church or over there at the synagogue, to basically cultivate yourself and make yourself an intelligent and effective communicator. So this app is like Toastmasters. And there are some highly dramatic people on here who can trick you into thinking that, maybe the world is collapsing or America is collapsing. Or, there's just so much content and so many wars and topics and political conversations. Basically, I've come to the conclusion that even concrete, and my friend here knows who concrete is here on this app, but even the actual physical concrete is political, because in my backyard, if I want to change my lawn into a lab, there's actual politics involved in terraforming the land that I own into concrete. So I'm just saying that everyone should accept the fact that every topic is political, and it's not necessarily racism. It's actually just political. So those are my thoughts.
Well, you're really making the underlying point that every interaction between human beings is an economic one of some kind or another. And as soon as economics are involved and politics is involved, it's about the distribution of resources. So, I guess the question is whether or not we can have exchanges that are not economic, that are not one person trying to a different base level of economics that isn't rooted in the scarcity in the inverted scarcity that capitalism is rooted in, and somehow, creating more for everybody instead of kind of synergistic uplifting. But pretty much we never do that. Language, I talked about NBC, Marshall Rosenberg, and nonviolent communications. When you start listening to him and reading the stuff, he's not a great communicator, but eventually the picture comes together about how we have all been taught to learn to use language to hurt other people and take them down and assert what we want, regardless of the cost, in ways that are actually pretty violent. Most language is pretty violent the way most people use it most of the time. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating, but, when listening to him, you get the sense that there's another possibility that we could really be using language to uplift each other, but we haven't quite figured that out. And if anything, in the past, we don't seem to be going in the right 20, 30, 50 years in huge die-offs of the human population. Maybe none of that will happen, but it looks like we are trending towards that. And part of that is because frame everything in a violent way. What can we take? What can we extract? What can, not really caring about anybody or anything else. And so that's just built into the way people talk with each other. That's why I'm finding NBC so interesting to study, to see if, like, I have a disagreement with a client right now, and I really want to make the client wrong and say it's all his fault and he hasn't done what he said he would do. We've been doing this for months now and get emotional and get mad, but I'm looking for a way to make the same points based on what I'm observing and what my feelings are and what my needs are, and then to make a simple request of this person, which is the NBC thing. You observe what's going on, you see what your feelings are, you identify what your underlying needs are, and then you make a request, not a demand. See if the other person is willing to do. And being like that and trying to see the world differently is not so easy.
So I asked Grok, compare the philosophy of abundance by determining ROI based on communism versus capitalism, and which system yields more abundance and equity. It writes, capitalism generally yields far greater abundance, total wealth creation, and living standards through higher ROI on resources, innovation, and incentives, while communism prioritizes nominal equity, typically delivers lower overall abundance and often fails to sustain even that equity without market reforms. So I'm just of that opinion that it would be great if we could have pure and total laissez-faire capitalism, but have good actors that do the equitable distribution for goodness' sake. So in this Ayn Rand virtue of selfishness, she's talking about this. I would just interested to see, like, there are people who I'm sure can like show some data and proofs about it. But I'm just saying that Ayn Rand's philosophy, to me, has been fun to read because she's also incorporating psychiatry and mysticism into the text by saying that mysticism and supernatural is ridiculous, and that we have to have rational, objective ethics for society to experience abundance. So there is this like hard right political perspective that she has if you were to implement it.
Was focusing on political economy and reading John Rawls and seriously thinking about all this stuff. My thing is more about human potential, and that we are still operating at only a small fraction of what we're capable of, and that the way to create abundance, the way to create a superabundance and to save is by undoing. I mean, science has been great for 400 years, but we're very flat-landed. Most people do not believe that mind and matter interact at a distance, and of course they do. They're part of the same process. If anything, mind is more fundamental. I have a built-in mystical worldview that says that everything is actually interacting and co-emerging, and that level of energetic emergence is typically still vilified by science. I mean, science in the medical system has trouble with the biopsychosocial grade when they're looking at an illness or an injury. They don't want to get past the bio. We know the psycho, the emotional, the feelings plays a huge role in healing, but it's rarely talked about in most medical science. And we know that the social environment of somebody, the social grade and the environment that they're living in also plays a huge role in their health, and how they're dealing with pain, all the rest. And that's almost never spoken about. It's been incredibly successful in many ways. It's also left us at the point where we very well could, destroy the bio platform. So, we need to bring mind back in as a fundamental level. We need to understand that mind and matter are two sides of the same four-dimensional object and constantly interacting, and that on some level that's real, we are all co-creating what is going on right now. And so, so I don't do normal politics. I always go to that. I mean, my wife was the mayor of my city when I was 31, so I've seen a little bit of local politics, but I'm not well suited for it. Likewise, I was not well suited to be an attorney fighting other smart people for the money of third parties. I can't do that. I'm not in for that level of fight. I'm a lover and a magician, not a fighter. So that's what I'm about.
Yeah, I mean, I think your approach is are doing that fighting actually are just lovers and magicians, but they may I think they just present it like a square, because really a lot of the terminology is the same. But anyways, I wanted to say you said about equal distribution of wealth, and so I read a book about creative intelligence, and it does seem to me that the real economy is always generated by individuals who can accomplish creative intelligence. So the reason why we don't have superabundance is not because of lack of wealth distribution. It's really because we don't have knowledge. The knowledge of the average individual has gone down significantly, and therefore they can never generate critical mass or get over a threshold or create a catalyst to engage in the highest levels of creative software developers that get an individual on the team who is extremely low level intelligence. And so that conflict that creates, because those high level software intelligence engineers don't want to now try to educate somebody, or because they don't have that emotional intelligence to essentially kind of slow down for the new party that's part of the group. So I'm just saying that if I go to the matzo ball and I ask a cute Jewish girl, hey, if I was a genie and you had 3 magic wishes, what's your first wish? It's always wealth distribution because most people are social equity activists. And that's great. But it still comes down to the question of how do we actually create value to even distribute to begin with. So it just worries me that the political activists versus the industrial of knowledge and that being of great interest as opposed to the complaining economy, we have a serious problem where the complaining economy is not based in knowledge, and therefore it's like this trap, and people who are even engaging in it can't get out of it, and they're not really doing creative intelligence. So to me, the liberal intellectual is really not creating any intelligent value for society. And I've used AI to create a website called AI City Corp, and I had it draft a charter and a scope and legislation and laws, and I had it try to create an AI city. And then I asked AI to create me an agent, to expand it onto multiple platforms, and it started writing in Python. So it's like I created presentation. What do you think, Jordan?
I think I understand what you're doing, and I appreciate it. I always like listening to you. I like listening to you read and reading poetry and all the rest. So yeah, I think our worldviews aren't that unsympatico.
Yeah, I consider myself a lover and a magician, but also a warrior when I'm pressed to be a warrior. And I asked a billionaire once at a conference, I was like, who were you before you were born? He said, I was a ninja. And at first I was like, I didn't like the answer, but then I understood the answer more and more. But now, if I could see him again, I would say, I'm a samurai, not a ninja. Because, like, the samurai is the knight, and, you like Tolkien, legend of the knight, the noble knight. And so, I just wish in society we had more noble knights and not these fair weather fans who are, basically charlatans in themselves. And the thing is, the media and being able to project your image, if you're really successful at communication, you can fool the world. And a lot of politicians are doing just that. Like, to me, Tulsi Gabbard and AOC are very dangerous because they're so successful at putting out mind control and time control and attention control. And they do it so beautifully.
You gotta promise me that if you listen to Stevie Wonder's song As, a 4-minute version I want on the radio, and then there's a 6 or 7-minute version, because when Stevie gets into a certain kind of overdrive, it's like an inverted falsetto with a lot of power when he's like, and he's like doing just some crazy shit that no other human being who's sung could like ever do. I mean, I guess people could follow him now that he's done it, but he's just he's still alive and kicking butt. He was at the last Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. He was part of the big first jam number with a bunch of other famous people. I mean, he's still being totally Stevie, which I really like. You probably know those. Always on 8 by 8 is full. Always until it's just this. It's a chant. It's kind of like a Gaia. I don't know.
Nice. Yeah, he's talented. I also like Tina Turner a lot. Tina Turner was into Buddhism. And let me play for you a little clip of Tina Turner doing her incredible.
It's amazing how people like transfer some of their life essence and wisdom in you by singing you either stuff they've written or other stuff, and like the transmission of knowledge that comes from somebody who's good when you're listening to them. It really does feel like your brain kind of attunes and go and be, they've done some studies like this with people reading and then other people reading later, doing what they do. This is obvious. That's why rock and roll and music overall is such a huge thing. But there are just some people who, they leave an imprint on your soul when they're at their best and singing and you're open. It's just, I love music. I'm ranting, sorry.
No, that's okay, because I'm using Suno, and I've created hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of songs. I'm probably close to like 1,000 songs, and I'm using poetry as the exact-to script, and the results are just mind-blowing. And in terms of like the content that I consume, I'm very happy and ecstatic that I'm able to create incredible content for my own personal consumption, as well as my public publishing distribution. So Suno to me is like the best AI product. Sora shut down. I was doing great on Sora, creating incredible videos daily. Probably because he didn't like what John Kitover was creating. which is like kind of mocking, mockery videos. But really mockery of the sense that like every single person in every single city and town is subjected to like political content creation from their politicians. And it's from like an educational perspective, it's like so scary that the content that politicians put out doesn't like educate the population or liberate the population. It just like deceives the population. So Suno, anyways, back to Suno. I'm just saying I'd like to play you a Suno song that I created using, mystical, magical love poetry. And
Yeah, go ahead. I'm starting to transition into the rest of my day, but I can listen without interacting too much. That'd be great.
And his favorite poem that he wrote was the Hymn to Pan. He requested that it be read at his funeral. And, it is like an invocation, but really it's just that rising of the Kundalini, and trying to enlighten you or lighten up your purple chakra crown. I think that's really the goal of the Hymn to Pan. And it's like something to pump you up, before you go out on a Friday, Saturday night to the bar to meet a hot chick, so you can get that confidence. Again, I think it's all just personality and personal development, self-development. But this is Eopan, Eoman, and I created it using Suno.
Give me the sign of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The maddening cry. Open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken love. I am born to death, reborn on earth. I am true. hides when no one looks, in empty rooms and shadow moves. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. Mine is slipping slow. Let it go, let it go.
So that's using Suno. And then the other little, I feel like I have a lot of little magical tools and instruments now to entertain myself and others, and also do breathing exercises, because if you're into, pranayama, I think that's basically, but a harmonica is a nifty little magical breathing tool that you can use to hypnotize yourself and others. So having these tools in your magic arsenal bag. This is a Japanese cowbell. But tying it all in with breathing. And then also this is the jaw harp. And then also the Zen bell. And then the, what are these things called? I can't remember. Oh, kalimba. This one is out of tune and broken now. But just having these little tools to put on your show is, one way to essentially deeply relax yourself, because this app and the polarization of other central nervous systems and how that polarized central nervous system can transmit its known as Clown House is remarkable. And just going into some rooms and listening to how heated it is, you have to find a way to essentially depolarize yourself after listening to some of these rooms, because they're so life and death, die on the hills for the people speaking that, as somebody consuming this content, I've created the response and the reverse engineer to what I would consider, highly dramatic Shakespearean role players on this app, who, instead of looking at their work laptop, are on here talking about World War III all day long. And it is what it is. People are their own worst enemies. They have, yeah.
Woken up or changed.
Yeah, my dad told me once, he's like, I effed up and married your mom. And he was like, I never should have. He's like, John, never make that mistake. Don't ever marry a woman to try to save her or change her. And I was like, okay. But now I see that for everybody. And shut the F up about everything else that they won't shut up about. Their experience will not change, because they're not doing a program. So the book is the program. And until people can join the book club, They will never program themselves. They will never escape their pattern. And this app are saying the same thing day after day, year after year. They've never said anything new because they've never read a book. Never. Ever. Every way. Same thing. Same thing. It's like it's somebody just banging their head against the wall all day long.
Yeah, I wish I could disagree with you. Still, you do what you can, right? Even if most people are in this context, I hesitate to use the word, but I'll use it, swine, you still cast pearls before them. Because some will get it.
Yeah, but the way that I can do that is by not giving it away necessarily. Like every time you interact with me, I'm live streaming it onto YouTube. So I have, in my opinion, I've created a way to have less lost opportunity costs than other people. And basically, it's like you realize you're in a house and everybody out of your windows. And so what you're really doing is making a human documentary and observing human behavior and not really getting upset about it and not really getting enthusiastic about it or happy about it. It's like being an agnostic documentarian, And unfortunately, I think so they know what they're doing in terms of like their conscious political projection, because I've detected across multiple publishing businesses the Democrat propaganda. It follows like they put out a playbook, and the publishing houses literally take the topic and each one creates their own content. But it's all just based on the political alignment between the publishing houses and the Democrats, whether it's Gavin Newsom, Brandon Johnson, and about taxation and tax reform. It's just so it's like so Alan Watts, you were talking earlier about how you're a lover and a magician, but the thing is you're still part of the network as a lover magician or a samurai or a ninja. And so we live in this super network at the city level, the town level, the state level, the national level, and then the global network. And so yeah, it's a global networked community. And with regards to Trump, when he became the president, he became our primary node in that global community. And all that infeeding lines to his connections feed into his node processing. And so when people of the one being, if you believe in Gaia, like if you go into Heronstone's room and he's constantly saying we're on the cusp of a new society or something. I mean, I'm just trying to say that Alan Watts in his lectures clearly flushed out communication theory, but for me and you, we are an input into that, and we are tiny little inputs. But if you, huh?
Yeah, hey, I gotta run. This has been great, but I gotta go now. Thank you, and I will see you soon.
Okay, take care, Jordan.
Thanks for the book reading idea. I'll seriously
I will create the room, and I will come and sit in the audience and listen to you. I want to hear you read a book for 15 minutes. I would love it.
All right, we'll talk about that. All right, thanks.
Okay, take care. Bye.
All of that
just gets in people's face. It's just not a good look for any rabbi or be a Jew.
He's just like Charlie. He's like our Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk argued from a point of knowledge and a point of. I think he wasn't so much in your face and just. I can't describe it. I don't think that's a fair comparison.
Because the comparison I mean is that as public personalities whose job is to get clicks.
Yeah, but they're bad clicks. There's just I don't know something about him.
Charlie was a nice social contrarian, a public social contrarian who was nice. He wasn't mean to people. And if you can tell people what you mean without being mean, well, then you're a successful communicator.
Very nice.
Where are you, in California?
What were you saying, Milos? I was saying you don't actually exist, that like you're a golem that I created to defend Israel online.
Based. Must defend.
Using Jewish magic.
You used Kabbalah to create beef?
Powerful magic. Caleb, are you on Discord?
I'm not.
Okay. Damn.
Is that a place I should hang out?
Well, I was gonna message you something.
It's pretty good.
You should go on there. Go to Adrian Dittman on X. Click through to his society, and you can hear Elon Musk live every Friday, Saturday on Discord.
That doesn't sound like something I want.
Well, I'm just saying the guy, SpaceX, is about to Megatron. I understand, because the truth is, I think Elon is a schmuck, and people on this app are schmucks too. So what's the difference when all you do is listen to schmucks?
Yeah, it's a for schmucks.
Caleb, I sent you my rabbi's website. You can look into them. Maybe you'll like them.
Yeah, Bob, you around?
Is there such thing as putz and a schmuck? A putz, I think, is dumber, and a schmuck is more like a jerk.
Well, hold on. The schmuck originally meant the male member. So it has evolved in the English adaptation of the Yiddish to be someone dumb. Like, there's a difference between what it meant in Yiddish and what it meant when it translated into American adaptation of Yiddish.
Yeah, schmuck is derived from schmeckel, obviously.
Yeah, there are multiple words. I think there's another couple words that have changed meaning. I went through this the other day with somebody. Now I'm trying to remember.
Putz seems a little bit more lighthearted.
Yeah.
There's also schlemiel. There's also
those haven't changed. Those haven't changed.
Rabboni Shalom, all you got.
Sometimes people flip the schlemiel with the schlemazel.
Rabboni Shalom, if you want to know the essence of Judaism, Hebrew and Yiddish, you just got to say Rabboni Shalom.
Oh, you know the one there's one on Hebrew that changed meanings completely. Like, I think it came up. It's a man's name, came from a king. It means something very different in Hebrew in Israel than it does in the United States. And we call it a Nimrod.
Amrod, the king who freaking God
why Bugs Bunny said about Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, but that was it. Thank you. Bugs Bunny did it. I knew it was a cartoon.
He's
And that changed. Yeah, that changed the word forever in the United States. All of a sudden, this Sam, this sexual healing, this J-Bow, all of a sudden.
Yeah, Beef. Megatron and I were listening to you flirt with that sexy Muslim girl yesterday, and we were so happy.
We got it recorded.
It was so much fun. You were being such a gentleman. Wow, man. You were really...
He's falsely accusing me of being a communist, which is actually slander, and I get sued for it.
It's literally recorded in my look at my.
I talked to a Muslim woman, and you think literally means I'm searching for a new.
Which is using the evolutionary process of how someone raised.
Why are you letting me be abused right now on stage? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, you can.
Why are you letting me be abused by Megatron right now?
I'm not. I didn't bring up the room. John.
Why are you letting me be amused by Megatron right now?
We're just telling you since you guys. Well, we can look into it if you want. I mean, you guys can be in charge of that.
Nuggets, so why are you letting me be abused by this mod right now?
We're just enjoying it by bringing it back up again. Megatron and I are not abusing you or picking on you. We like you and respect you, and we're just simply saying we were enjoying the experience.
Hey, Daniel, do you want to be my yard boy?
Can you make justice between Megatron and Sam?
Daniel, you there, man? Hey, man, it's been a long time.
I don't know what it is to, bro.
Daniel, I missed you, brother. How you doing? Daniel, get off mic, brother. What are you harding me?
Doesn't talk anymore.
Daniel, are you...
He's doing the last talk.
Why don't you talk anymore, Daniel?
He's doing the last talk, the 10 days of silence.
10 days of silence? Oh my goodness, but the world needs your fucking funniness. You're depriving us of your wit and your fucking whimsy. It's a shame. I always make you mod in my room, Daniel. Can you, for once in your life, return the favor?
You did this to kick out Megatron. I knew he would kick you out, but you will do it to him. Can you just let it go?
Daniel, can you make me mod? I always make you mod in my room.
Is this a psychological need?
Yeah, it is a need. Daniel. I
You're
always...
gonna kick out Megatron. It's not fair. Stop.
Anyway, Caleb, you there, brother? Caleb, I sent you my rabbi. Keep game on his fucking rabbi in.
To certain people as well known.
It's so funny.
And it should be controversial. There should be no reason why you say, oh, because there's a political climate at the moment, that he shouldn't be free to do what he would have normally done if there wasn't a political thing going on right now. So he's free to do as he pleases. Just like everybody on Fox News and
It's
It seems like he's investing on the political climate, to be honest. Like he's kind of using it with a lot of wit, but it's still like it's a shock value, right? He knows how to like play the crowds too. It's not like he's saying something that is not true. It's just how he's saying it.
This guy is a barbershop bro. I mean, think of a Jewish barbershop.
Joanna, I just want to apologize for calling you a cunt, even though you are a fucking cunt. Well, Rabboni Shalom, I like to think that all communication is projection. And so when a cunt calls somebody a cunt, does that make me a cunt? If I am...
Used to be all communication was hypnosis. Now it's all communication is something else.
Projection, he said now.
Yeah, I know. It used to be hypnosis.
He's changing it up. He's not consistent with his story.
Yeah, this is 2.0, John.
So sad.
He's evolving.
Well, I've been reading Ayn Rand's...
He's got to bring new material.
Yeah, apparently he is.
Well, I've been reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness, and there's also another author in the book by the name Nathaniel Branden. And I would really encourage everybody to read this book because, as some of you know, Simon, our favorite Jew in France, he is so devoted to Ayn Rand. He says he's been studying... He's not Jewish?
No.
Well, anyways, the point is he says he's been reading Ayn Rand for 13 years. So Megatron and I were in a room, and as we were talking about it, I said, fuck it. So I bought a bunch of Ayn Rand books, and I'm currently reading the...
She'll take 126. I tried to read The Fountainhead and gave up after page 6. It was just the longest sentences in the world, the most... Oh my God, it was painful.
Stop. No, she's not. She's a lovely writer. She's a great philosopher.
Yeah, but she uses so many words to describe things. He was sitting on the brook at the top of the wall, looking down at the river, which was churning below him, deciding whether she should do this, and then ultimately deciding that he couldn't do it, so he decided to take a straw out of his cup. That's the way
they wanted to make a movie from the Fountainhead, right? This was when like she was, crying and the freaking book was doing extremely well and stuff. So Howard Roaring in the character in the book has like a almost 10-page like monologue, right? That was really cute. And she wanted all the sentences in the book. She ended up.
It's just... It's just, I don't know, I find the verbosity of her writing to just be too much. I just cannot deal with it.
But see, that's where I kind of go back to talking about Ayn Rand versus reading Ayn Rand are two completely different experiences. And complaining about Ayn Rand is not as good as actually reading Ayn Rand. So logically, you're on very tentative water here. Hello?
Yeah.
John, I'm sorry.
on your live yesterday? Your YouTube live. Interesting.
Institute is really good. John, do you want to join the Institute? I'll join with you if you want. You can team up, of course.
John, you should look into what happened with Nathaniel or Brick. You should look into it.
I didn't think he offered himself.
He cheated on her husband.
By the way, Nathaniel guy, and then what happened was after she cheated on this guy, so after she cheated on this, after she cheated on her husband with Nathaniel guy, after she cheated on her husband with this Nathaniel guy, after she cheated on her husband with this, after she cheated on her husband with this Nathaniel guy, after she cheated on her husband with this Nathaniel guy, and she also then
is so consistent. Is anything
she was like, oh my god, like we're allowed to do it because we're more rational. And so then her husband, her husband and Nathaniel's wife, they just had to accept it and deal with it.
John, can you play in the background? Play in the background, John. Or just post the link.
After Nathaniel and Randy did with this Nathaniel character. Her own husband, Ayn Rand's husband was really sad. Even though Nathaniel's wife was really sad, they kind of put up with it. But then what's kind of funny is Nathaniel then left Ayn Rand for like this hot, like 22-year-old girl, and Ayn Rand got so mad that she like kicked him out of the organization. But she's like, oh, you can cheat. When he cheats with you, it's fine. When she cheats with someone younger and hotter, now it's a problem.
Hey John, you going on live today, YouTube? I'll be there. Absolutely.
Joanna, did you hear my apology to you?
Damn, are you getting mail in Canada still, or did you stop that?
Joanna, did you get my apology?
Joanna, change your address.
Joanna, did you get my apology yet? Joanna, did you get my apology? I guess you didn't get my apology. Oh well. I love how you think it's neutral to just mod these other people
And not for nothing, like in the video, right? In the video, you have to hear him just straight up lying, like, oh, okay, I understand. You don't know, it's, oh, yeah, I know, there's a few differences. Like, it's so classic. And so creepy at the same time. Classic? Yeah. Well, classic.
The worm's still talking about me right now? Can someone tell me if the worm is
classic scumbaggery.
Are you still warming it up right now?
Douchebaggery. Whatever you want to call it.
Are you still warming? How's the worm?
Word is the word.
How's the worm life treating you?
Oh God, man. Not for nothing. Not for nothing, man. The grandfather. Because I knocked him down, Ray, he's losing his shit all day today because of you. He's in another realm. I think he either is in love with you because he's so
no,
bad.
she's too ugly. She's too ugly. I would never.
Everyone see what I mean? Yeah, I love you, Gray. You're beautiful.
She's gorgeous. It's not what the fuck.
She literally makes me barf in my mouth whenever I look at her picture.
Yeah. This next victim. I mean, so we're just seeing this unfold right in front of us, guys. He's not missing a fucking beat. No. Radiating love. Yeah, that's what he's got. Yeah, let's see it. Do the dance, baby.
Yeah, how you doing, Wormy?
Do the dance, Sam.
How you doing, Wormy?
Nobody's knocking him
You
down.
love a worm life?
There's 3 mods and no one's knocking him down.
You love being a
Forget
worm?
about that.
We'll never do nothing.
We can, right, why would that? This is pure entertainment.
And Norgus is letting it happen. So I now have a beef with Norgus too, and I don't give a fuck.
Oh my
So
god.
let me drop down. That's what I'll do. I'll drop myself down for you. Right? That's what I'll do. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, knock yourself down.
You wanna knock myself down, baby?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Let me do it.
Do it, baby.
I gotta make someone a mod now before I do it.
Okay, yeah, I'll knock myself down too. So.
No, hold on.
I have the power to destroy him, but I'm not.
Let me go down.
I can move him down, I can knock him out of the room.
I'm gonna move myself.
But I haven't done it yet.
So he stops crying.
Yeah. I get no joy out of hurting others.
What the fuck is going on today?
I don't know.
Damn.
What's going on with this?
Hey, Daniel.
I've been trying to call you. What's going on, brother? You doing alright? Danny? Okay, now you just goes to a fight again. Oh my goodness.
Well, Rabono Shalom, I just made a trio of berries and banana strawberry yogurt. I'm in heaven. Mmm. Rabono Shalom. Mmm.
Try to keep everyone in state time. That's what I'm doing. Guys are just not like cooperating.
You didn't have to make Joanna and fucking Megatron a mod when they were abusing me. You didn't have to do that.
You abused Joanna. I thought the next time this happens to her, she herself does it, right?
Well, my clubhouse family, I would just like to ask you a question. I would like to read to you one page from Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness, or R.H. Blythe's 25 Zen essays on Christianity, sex, and society. Which page does my family want to hear today?
39.
From which book?
One with the looks like a ladder on it.
Oh, you want to hear Ayn Rand? Okay.
The one you read yesterday from.
Okay, this is page 66.
Okay.
By Nathaniel Brandon, chapter 5. Yay. Isn't everyone selfish? Some variety of this question is often raised as an objection to those who value a goal that the actor desires. One always acts selfishly, whether one knows it or not. To untangle the intellectual confusion involved in this viewpoint, let us consider what facts of reality give rise to such an issue as selfishness versus self-sacrifice, or egoism versus altruism, and what the concept of selfishness means and entails. The issue of selfishness versus self-sacrifice arises in an ethical context. Ethics is a code of values to guide man's choices and actions. The choices and actions that determine the purpose and course of his life. In choosing his actions and goals, man faces constant alternatives. In order to choose, he requires a standard of value, a purpose which his actions are to serve or at which they are to aim. Value presupposes an answer to the whom and for what. Reference Atlas Shrugged.
Beautiful.
What is to be the goal or purpose of a man's actions?
Enough, dude, enough.
We're almost finished. We're almost finished.
I don't care. We don't care.
It's one page, just one page. You don't have an attention span for one page? I'm just gonna finish the page. I'm gonna finish the page. What is to be the goal or purpose of man's actions? Who is to be the intended beneficiary of his actions? Is he to hold as his primary moral purpose the achievement of his own life and happiness? Or should his primary moral purpose be to serve the wishes and needs of others? The clash between egoism and altruism lies in their conflicting answers to these questions. Egoism holds that of an action should be the person who acts. Altruism holds that morally the beneficiary of an action should be someone other than the person who acts. So that's the first page by Nathaniel Branden. Isn't everyone selfish?
Looks like
Nuggets and I just have beef now.
Stop hitting on me.
We have a beef now.
Oh my god.
We have beef. I'm just beef with everyone
Well, personally, I always get a double cheeseburger. So, I can, if you go by the name Beef and you constantly create beefs with people and then you say you got a beef, well, that's your shtick. That's cool. That's funny. You're Beef. Why do all intellectual elite liberals who are gay always look like an actual clown emoji? You ever notice that? Intellectual, elite, liberal, gay Democrats always look like the clown emoji. For my next magical shtick, I'm going to play my Chinese flute, and I'm going to dedicate this song, Beef. He's got a beef with everybody. They call him Beef. I used to come into Beef's room and prank him and pretend I was Indian and then play my flute. He had no idea it was John Kitover.
Nargis got so mad at me when I suggested that the reason why she uses AI in her profile pictures is that she's gotten fatter and uglier with age, and now she just tries to hide it with AI. She got
I demoted myself, okay?
Didn't talk to me for weeks.
Stop.
She didn't talk to me for weeks over that. Like, damn, that really got under her.
It won't. Discord, I didn't want to.
She's so mad at me for saying that maybe she's fatter and older and uglier now. That she had not talked to me for weeks. Like, yeah, but Beef. Any woman over 40 is a catfish. So I don't understand. What's your point? She's just very insecure about her looks. You know what I mean?
I'm not.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but that sexy woman Narges is a hell of a singer, and she says that she's completely waxed from top to bottom. So I'd be willing to bet you get on your fucking knees. You'd be on your knees licking her toes if you met her on a Friday, Saturday night, probably.
I say wax. I went laser. What the fuck is wrong with you?
But she was so mad at me for fucking.
I was mad because you forced me to fucking
No, that's not what got mad. You got mad because they said you might be fat and
Oh,
ugly.
beautiful.
That's what made you mad.
Yeah, because you were bullying me. You bully other people, Sam. You bully often.
So that fat and ugly, and then you fucking
John,
talk
can you
for
play the flute again for me?
Yeah, you're doing this with Joanna.
Sure, anything for you, Joanna. Many of you don't know that Joanna is a star from Studio 54 back in the day. Joanna, why don't you tell a quick story about something amazing you saw at Studio 54 one
Well, I
night?
got to see Freddie Mercury and I love Queen. That was one of my best days. Can you play a song for me on your flute?
Yeah, I can play a new song for you on my East Top harmonica. This song is called Double Cheeseburger Beef Beef. Chicago Cheeseburger. I got beef beef. I'll take 2 beef beefs.
Slathering it with sauce. Cash.
Danielle, I like that. Danielle, I like your new profile picture. Yeah, that's really flattering. Like, that's the amount of doctoring that you need to do to me. Think about how much doctoring you must do to fucking Nargis. Those crow's beaks fucking worked out. You know what I mean? You gotta fucking really buff it out.
And you want to talk to you like a fucking big sound. So shut the fuck up.
Ooh. I do like Daniel's. Well, I like the ones also with Mikhail and Narjas. Those are really good. What are you guys using to generate them? Grok or ChatGPT, or how do you do it?
It's a pretty long prompt. I can show it to you if you can make this.
I just use Grok.
Get that flute out again.
Beef, beef.
Here is James Dollar. Got loud for me. This James Dollar thing.
Oh my god, if I took Daniel's head, oh my god. I'm just Daniel's pet, you know? He just, he bosses me around, I just do whatever he's supposed to do.
Beef, beef. Have you ever been arrested at a Williamsburg bar?
No, I have been thrown out of Williamsburg. I've been thrown out of Williamsburg bars. Not arrested.
Wow. What were you winning at skee ball or something?
No, this fight.
What did? Oh, you know who else got in a fist fight after he made a gay advancement on a man? Is Andrew. You know, Christian Andrew here.
Andrew was doing some gay. Was he cruising?
He was cruising. And that's why he has TBI. It's not a joke.
Oh my god.
Can we give a shout out to Armenia? Armenia and Israel are great allies to the United States.
Shout out Armenia.
So I recently partnered with Pfizer to develop a schizophrenic medication tailored and reverse engineered to Clubhouse comments and conversations. Rabbi, thank you for that new submission to our database.
What's beef? Beef is when your moms ain't safe up in the streets. Beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be in ICU. What's beef? Beef is when you need 2 cats to go to sleep. Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep. Beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be in ICU. You, bitch. I'm talking about.
I like the picture of Cora that you got. That's good, Daniel.
So has anybody ever watched any Osho videos on YouTube? Because they are so fucking awesome and hilarious.
Aisha claims illegal.
No, Osho. They should probably make them illegal, really, because the cult of Osho. It's the Osho. Anyways, Beef, how was your European travels? Did you have fun?
I'm still on them.
Oh, what country are you in now?
Slovenia.
Slovenia?
Ooh.
I heard they got good bread dips in Slovenia. Like, they got big schmears, all kinds of stuff, a lot of garlic.
Yeah,
How's your...
correct.
Do you eat...
Schmears.
So how does your girlfriend respond when your breath reeks like garlic?
I don't think she minds the garlic. She minds cigarette smoke. That's her beef.
Oh, she got a beef with your cigarettes?
Yeah, if I smoke cigarettes, she really doesn't like it.
Oh, gross.
Garlic is fine.
Well, why would any beautiful woman want to stick her tongue in a hole full of cigarette, tar and juice?
She doesn't.
Well, I guess you ain't gonna get your beef tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had cow tongue?
Have I ever had cow tongue? I don't think so.
No. Well, you're not very Jewish, are you? You need to eat more cow tongue. My family from the Moretskis.
Cow tongue. Shmuley, what are you doing? You haven't even had your cow tongue.
I know a Jewish family that filed a fraudulent... And Narja's, I don't think Narja's has worked a day in like many, many years. I don't think Narja's has read a book in many, many years. And so when Beef says that he thinks she's a fat ass and an AI catfish, well, Beef might be right. Beef in Slovenia, partying across Europe, summer of 26, best days of Beef's life. Yeah!
John, do you think it's a white boy summer this year?
Well, I've been supporting white boy comedy for many years, and as a trans social DEI activist, it's always a white boy summer in structural white racist. Our world. Hello?
That's a good point.
The question.
Awesome.
Oh, Sam, I saw your YouTube channel, by the way.
Based.
I don't know how I came across it. Maybe you had it in a room or something.
Did you like it?
It was old. It was like all old stuff, very old. You haven't created anything new in so many years.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I did post a discussion with a philosopher on aesthetics. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah, that was good. You need to create more stuff, and like if all the work that you've created here with your documents and stuff, you need to like publish it on YouTube, etc. Because I tried to type in, Sam Rosen, whatever, Islamic white paper, and it just didn't come up.
Yeah, that's true.
So don't let your good work go to waste.
Thanks, man. John, you're being very nice to me, even though I constantly abuse you. So that's pretty. You got a lot of equanimity in you. You've had the Christ conscious.
This game, and I'm just saying, if you happen to be cruising in Europe and you increase your TBI like Andrew, well, you know, you might end up creating rooms perpetually on here called "Does God Exist?" Hello?
How can Andrew increase his Christ consciousness, John?
With the John Kitover copyrighted Bible flashcards, of course.
He doesn't have it. I thought you were going to say John Kitover Bible flashlight. I thought that was going to be where you're going with that.
Spotlight versus flashlight. Anyways, if anybody wants to increase their Kabbalistic magic, aka their Christ consciousness, all you got to do is get a book by Dion Fortune about Kabbalah. Pour yourself a big glass of your great master. So it's like, it really does kind of point out how ridiculous the position is of an all or nothing person with regards to Christ, Jesus, or Muhammad. The challenge is always the same. You know, the game rules are the same then as they are now. How are you going to play this game called life? That's really the question. And there are amazing people playing the game. There are mediocre players playing the game. And, you know, I'm just saying that that's what I'm saying. Don't be fooled by Barth, aka Megatron. He's been playing this game for many, many years. And he's a former convict. He was in the hole in prison. You know, the guy doesn't have a PhD in divinity from Harvard, but he has an interest and a hobby, which is healthy.
Wait, why did he go to prison, do you know?
You'll have to ask him. I don't want to talk about people. You know, expunged. So why bring it up?
Well, I just want to know the kind of man we're dealing with. A fucking criminal. You know, we have a literal criminal that we have to interact with on a regular basis. I think that's important information.
Well, you know, I'm just saying, like, it is pretty embarrassing. Like, you're meeting your wife's family and stuff, and you know, father's a cop, giving me that style, like he knows. You know, and it is very embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it's embarrassing that you're a criminal. That you're a fucking ex.
Well, I didn't have the opportunity to tell her, and they did that for me. Yeah, but that was fucked up.
Damn, bro.
So,
what made you turn to a life of crime? And then why were you so stupid that you got caught?
caught is part of it.
Why weren't you smart enough to avoid getting caught? What's up with that?
Wish I was.
Yeah, I guess you weren't. That's just a smart boy.
It's like weird to take the fancy out of like getting to know each other like that. We don't really want to know you like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you ruin it when you do that. And it's just like, I don't know.
You don't know a lot of things.
I was trying to described this to Daniel, and I said, "You are like the girl that I get to bang the ass on the first night."
Nice.
There's nothing else.
Fucking doing crime, probably robbing people. Just
They say that you never really know how much you love a woman until you fuck her in the ass, because that's true love.
Who shows it up better than you, Sam? I mean, who's gonna show their ass better than you? It's gonna be very.
I don't like talking to criminals, actually. So could you stop talking to me last criminal?
Well, beef.
It's different if you're in the fucking mob or you're a criminal.
Beef. Beef, you didn't even ask him yet what he discovered in the hole, because his journey in the prison hole is actually one of the most interesting observations from Megatron. You see, you think Megatron is just boring because you think he's just talking about makeup, stuff. But look at the PTR. Look at the three dimensions of the Trinity. And let's actually talk about it and say, you know what? That's pretty smart. Because actually, you could use it in physics. Vacation creating beefs? Man, you need to read a book. Go to the gym and touch your toes and get a yoga strap. Take a deep breath, pop a wank, and go smoke a joint and pour yourself a nice glass of red wine and Rabboni Shalom. You're way through Europe.
Inshallah, you're right, brother.
My God, enjoy your summer. Enjoy your life. Don't get in an argument with a guy at a work construction site on a conference call. Come on, the guy's at a work site, man. Hello?
And he's literally a fucking ex-con fucking scumbag. Fucking discussion with him as if it's like worthwhile.
At least I wasn't stealing caravans. Oh shit, did I say that? My bad.
Stealing caravans? Like Muhammad? Are you is that a Muhammad joke?
No. The caravan, white caravan that go to malls and leave stuff and
fucking worthless worm.
Here we go. Yes, we're back. He's back, baby.
I'm trying to think of what crimes a worm could do. And I think maybe like showing up late such that the early bird doesn't get it. That's pretty criminal for a worm.
That's one.
I mean, there are lots of criminals, or I don't say criminals, there are lots of people that don't get arrested, and they probably are worse than those that do get arrested. So, I'm not sure, being arrested and going to jail is a necessary indication that Barth is, a bad person. Relatively, he might be a really good person compared to the average population, so.
Could be, it's just that happens not to be in this case,
I don't know.
Well, you don't know. About Barth?
I don't think he's a bad person.
Well, I think he's a worm and a criminal. Constantly. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of dealing with this fucking worthless, idiotic retard who always feels the need to.
See, Sam, you have to basically come to the conclusion that it's not a them problem. It's always going to be a you problem. Because if you don't take personal responsibility and join the library and get into the book club, almost all conversations are purely juvenile and a waste of time and really just for pure entertainment. But in the world of people that have book collections and they're interested in their books and they talk about their books. Well, these are actual polite society intellectual people, not the fake pseudo false intellectuals that you encounter every day on this app. If you're not in a book club, you're not a real intelligent person. You're just someone here practicing English. That's it. You're trying to improve your English language capabilities, but you're not actually improving your IQ or
Mel, if meat beef. Hey, Mel, do you know Beef is an atheist? Why don't you give me a lowdown on Beef about, like, why?
He's so good at it. I wish I had questions right here.
Really?
I'm trying to remember, but then.
Jake, the psychophysical harmony argument. I just want to put this out that Bob initially disagreed with me and thought that Andrew wasn't, in fact, bringing too many conversations from the chat into voice talk, but then he, within a day, switched his opinion. You know, damn.
Because Andrew, like, has been doing it a lot over the last few days. I think it's funny. I think like the very next day, he literally did it, including, bring the conversation to a halt. I forget who he was talking to. It was like, why are we?
See, there's a flip side to the theist Karen, and that's the atheist Karen. Frenchie, if you were in a park and a black man had a pit bull and he let the pit bull off the leash, what would you do, Frenchie?
Probably quite afraid in a way.
This is a Karen diagnostic test. We're trying to determine how much of a Karen you are on the Karen index.
It's nothing to do with being a Karen. Vehicles are more dangerous than other breeds of dogs. So I'm just playing the odds.
Getting men to be Karen.
Of our words headed to a clown tent, and I have parked the short bus at the edge of a cliff known as the book club, and I am pushing that short bus off the cliff. That's everyone here in this room. You're all on my short bus, and I got a book by Ayn Rand here that I'd like to get to sometime today. Hello? 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 Yeah, that's called projection. So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, listen, just mute up. Just mute up, Frenchie. You spend a lot of time talking out here all the time. You're a big talker, but you're not a big listener, Frenchie. Big talker, not much of a listener. Big talker. Big talker.
entitled. But it is like, I think the term is now just used to be like a woman I don't like. You know?
Well, it's a shrill, middle-aged woman who I find to be too aggressive.
It should be for the ones who are like accosting people, saying like, you don't belong here, show me your ID, you know, that sort of thing. But it's just turned into like anyone who's like mouthy, which is not really what it was supposed to be.
Well, people never liked mouthy women, especially ones that are, you know, not nubile, because they're no longer could be sex objects.
I just want to say I love mouthy women, and the same as sexist.
I actually
name 5 mouthy women.
Rosie O'Donnell.
So even the source that you're pointing to. Referring to, does that woman in question say that there was domestic violence?
Well, did you not beat the shit out of your ex-wife?
Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to remove you because you're continuing to try to slander me. I've already answered you. I've said that those...
Yeah, Darth, go fuck yourself.
Okay.
You're a stupid little bitch. Go fuck yourself.
Notice the mental illness is now on full display. Okay?
Hey, Darth, remember me?
Goodbye. So once again, the mentally ill skeptics, all they've got is slander and defamation. Okay. Now, if there was any scintilla of truth that was, yeah, well, that's true. No, none of it's true. This is how despicable these people are. Welcome, John. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I've got a book here by R.H. Bly that's 25 Zen essays on Christianity, sex, society. Atheism to a Western Christian, meaning that the religion of no religion is in a way the same religion as Jesus Christ.
Dude, stop with the shtick. That's patently ridiculous. There is no religious neutrality. Okay? Even the Supreme Court in the United States has ruled that for atheists who apply for what is called conscientious objector status, that atheists constitutionally can have deeply held religious views even though they do not espouse a personal deity. Okay? So the idea that atheists cannot have religious commitments is ridiculous. So what you're just saying is absurd. Okay?
Well, you know Alan Watts.
If you're a Christian, then why are you not aware of the fact that with respect to the God of the Bible?
No, I'm aware of that. I'm simply saying that Christian mystics like Alan Watts, who were big into Zen Buddhism, in a way, they're atheists.
Then they're not Christian. He's not. Don't call him a Christian.
Well, I'm saying he claimed. Well, he kind of dropped the title. He started saying he was a shaman.
You know, the Democrats claim they're good for America. It doesn't make it true.
Yeah, I know. I agree. Anyways, I think.
Have you ever considered getting plastic surgery for your nose?
I thought about it, but I went to a rhinologist and an ear, nose, and throat surgeon, and he suggested that I just come on Clubhouse and talk to a guy named Darth who can shave it down because he's such a learned elder. And so I thought that sounds like a good idea. I'd rather save the Medicare for a more socially. As I live stream this conversation onto
I
YouTube.
know that was pure sarcasm. You're not in the least bit funny.
Oh, it doesn't matter whether it's sarcasm or genuineness in the world.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah,
Can
sure.
You tell me, can you tell me, are you familiar with the Mediterranean?
Oh, yeah. Especially the cuisine and the women.
Right. Now, the country of Italy,
Uh-huh.
what shape is that referred to?
Well, let me pull it out of your ass real quick. Oh, my God. It's got dark Dawkins shit stains on the tip of the boot. Ah, it smells like shit! You smell like shit, sir! You smell like diarrhea poo-poo! We got dark Dawkins! We got dark Dawkins!
You see, I thought you were well read, but I think you just want to go against the grain. So now I let the conversation. I'm literally on rhythm. And before the census, people was. And you know what's crazy? I know my mother, because hear me out. Clicker in the late 1800s. My dad before then, they were all properly classified. Okay, yeah. My dad, he's black African. My mom, she's black from like generations and generations in Virginia. They never left the state. And I remember.
Because they don't have a leg to stand on. They cannot defend the rationality of atheism. So they resort to deception, evasion, slander, defamation. What else are they going to do? They certainly can't bring in an intelligent representation of atheism. So we have any skeptics in the room that would like to attempt to change my mind that atheism is rational? Love to hear it. I noticed that a lot of atheists on TikTok, as well as on Clubhouse and Discord, they're afraid to talk with me. No, I don't blame them.
Hey, Doc Garrison!
This is the best that they have to offer. Okay. Mentally ill atheists. Aren't there any non-mentally ill atheists? Virtually every single skeptic that I talk to displays to one degree or another mental illness. Maybe there's a strong correlativeness between their mental aberrance and their irrational God denialism. You know, their shtick doesn't work. I mean, you know, if you ask me, shtick doesn't work on me. But when they claim to predicate, they don't have an ultimate or final context from which to predicate. So therefore, their predications are uninterpretable. There's no frame of reference. There's nothing within the model, within the system, that dictates what is and cannot be. Therefore, when they even simply say the sky is blue, that's unintelligible in the broad scheme of things. Not semantically, it's semantically intelligible. But in their system, it's uninterpretable because there's nothing that dictates what blueness is, or skyness is, or what is means. Because there's no rhyme or reason why anything happens. And if there's no rhyme or reason as to why anything
Okay, this is the Darth Dawkins Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Darth Dawkins special. Darth Dawkins won't be around forever, so we want to capture him and get a good, clean recording on the press and publish our best co-production with Megatron here in the recording studio. This is Darth Dawkins in Atheism is Irrational, Change My Mind. A legend. One of the grumpiest men in the world who's never read a book. And it's the Gong Show every day. You're stupid! Next! It's the same shtick. Gong Show! Welcome to the Gong Show! Hosted by Darth Dawkins, your #1 Christian resident troll. Only Darth Dawkins could be more annoying than others.
What would you like to talk about?
Thank you, brother.
Oh, Megatron! Boom! We got a hit!
What do you think? What are the chances of me born Christian if I would
Can you hear me now? All right, good. You have to back off. You can understand it.
Oh yes, this is good.
We got a Muslim talking to Darth Dawkins. Can you go in there? Do you want to say anything?
No. Not yet.
All right. Well, when you do, let's create a new room and then I'll record your interview with Darth.
I talk to him all the time. I just talk to him all the time.
If I was born in Somalia, what were the chances for me to be a Christian?
Holy shit.
Anybody can become a Christian anywhere around the world. All they have to do is respond to the convicting power of God's Holy Spirit. God gives natural revelation. If somebody properly responds to that, God will give them additional revelation leading them to Jesus Christ. The fact that people don't is their own fault, and they're going to be held accountable for that on Judgment Day. And by the way, there are people in the West that attend church. They're not Christians. They're not born again. Right? So people's position before God isn't merely or only because of their geographical place of birth.
Wow.
God places everybody in the time and place of birth so that they will seek Him. That's Acts 17.
Wow.
And the reason most people don't, the fact that some people are religious. Muhammad made numerous mistakes. Do you know that?
Ooh, we got Khadijah back in the house. Hey, baby. Assalamu alaikum. Meow.
He thought that the Christian doctrine.
Another Darth Dawkins episode. Darth versus the Somalian. My harmonica is better than listening to Darth Dawkins.
It's just a psychological report. It doesn't follow because you same fallacious response.
Khadijah.
Why? I'm so surprised by your personality.
You are?
I am.
Why? Wallahi! Wallahi! Wallahi!
And you speak multiple languages. I'm impressed.
Nam nam habibti. Nam nam habibti. And the Barashwe Arabi.
MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
Okay.
Okay, we have 15 people in here. At least 15 people.
I was really. He came into my room yesterday, and I asked him to come up, and then he completely betrayed his own word, and he started attacking me.
Why would you do that?
It was really weird.
Well, Khadijah, I didn't attack you personally.
You did.
I did not attack you personally. I attacked Muhammad and the Charter of Medina. I didn't attack you.
You didn't even attack him because I told you that I don't even follow that. Why would I read a constitution to a nation I don't even belong to? That's a nation that is no longer existing.
Well, then how did I attack you?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What did I do and what did I say to attack Khadijah? Nothing. You're making shit up. And that's why I called you a bullshitter. And I'll say it again. You're a bullshitter.
Wow. Listen, dude. I don't know how popular you're getting.
Bullshitter.
Popular for the wrong reason.
Bullshitter.
Like, this kind of energy cannot be acceptable.
Well, that's just like your opinion. I said, you don't know what the difference is between an opinion and a fact. You're still struggling with that. That's a personal responsibility issue.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Go ahead and define opinion for me, and then go ahead and define a fact.
A fact does not change based on somebody's opinion. Whereas an opinion is what a person feels towards a fact, perhaps.
Wrong. Sorry, that's just like your opinion. The fact of the matter is, there are no such thing as facts. There's only these things called opinions.
Okay. So, I guess I know the difference now between fact and opinion. Anyway. Now, John is going to throw into my face somehow later.
No, he's not.
I'm just really surprised by his energy. Well,
He's very confused.
I'm not confused.
Sometimes.
The truth is, Khadijah, Megatron and I are playing a prank on you, a practical joke that you're unaware of. Because yesterday, we listened to you get beefed and buttered by Beef. He was so endearing. And we listened to how you explained to him how Islam and peeling back the onion, and how you keep making new discoveries every time you indulge in Islam and the prophecy of Muhammad the messenger. So, all I'm trying to say is, I'm just running around. Hello?
I'm here.
For like the last 2 hours, we gotta give John a break.
Yeah, I got kicked out of that room and I'm not happy about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Of course.
Because that guy kept calling me a cunt like 8 times today.
Yeah.
And I was a mod and I didn't do shit to him, and now I'm on a warpath.
I got knocked down too.
As soon as, well, who made him a mod? Nargis, that fucking cunt? Dude, how do you like it?
No, that was what you call it, Regal made him a mod again. Because Regal knocked everybody down and then he made him a mod again.
I don't think so. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, I was just talking to Regal in private.
We're hanging out.
And
Regal
Regal asked me to vouch for him with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he asked me to do.
Oh, I didn't get. He was.
Yeah.
He knows that I wouldn't put up with that. But then, you know.
But you did.
I didn't. I wasn't a mod. He did it after.
He's been doing it since 10 o'clock this morning. Let me just stop being angry, because when I'm angry, I shake, and I'm very angry right now at this person. I think it's disgusting that I was targeted that way. My brother just died this weekend. He's only 30 years old. I didn't need to be targeted for verbal assault.
Oh, Joanna.
Let me mod up and calm down.
I'm so sorry.
And if I can just have 10 seconds, I never met the guy in my life. I just said, good morning, nice to meet you. And he just kept attacking me.
So, Khadija, you know what's. Yes, it's exactly what I'm doing.
Because what you probably know is what you have been told, which is what I've also been told, which is like the whole war on Islam. Muslims claim there's a war on Islam, but I think it's a rightful war on Islam, because what is the war against? If these idiots hadn't been doing all the fucked up shit they have been doing, whether it's child marriage or killing other people unjustly, if they had just been following the book this whole time and not other people's desires and whims. I mean, even the jihadi, there is no such thing as jihad in the Quran. If you look, and if anything, Jesus is the ultimate jihadi, right? But when you see what God says about Jesus, it doesn't mention a martyr. And even, guess what? So the shahada, which is the, ashhadu la ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah, this, in procedures than it is about converting. There's no ritual. There's no ritual to convert to God. That's the most stupidest thing. It's like asking a child to go through a ritual to become your child again. Like, you come from your mother. So how can you do anything to return back to your mother? You just accept her as your mother, right? And that's the same thing about God. There's no special words you have to say. And in fact, it's not even about what you say. It's about what you do and how you act, right? Because if you're humble with God, then you'll be humble with the rest of the world. And so let's go back to, what was I talking about? Oh, the jihadi. So here's the cool thing. There's 2 points. Okay, so when, I feel a lecture coming on. You guys want to hear a lecture?
We'll listen. Joanna, you got nothing going on, right? You'll listen. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so, all right, so, can't remember what chapter number that is. I have what I call the Yasin man. In one of the verses, it talks about a man who finds out that the messengers of God have come to his town. And he comes running from Aqsa al-Madina, from the farthest of the town. And he comes running.
Is this 19?
Maybe. I'm in
1915?
Perhaps. I'm in the grocery parking lot, so I don't have to.
In the grocery parking lot on Clubhouse. That's cute.
Well, I want to listen to something on my way to the grocery store.
Yeah, I understand. I do it.
And so this Yasin guy, he runs to his people and he says, "Oh, people, these are messengers from God. Believe in them as I have believed in them." And he tries to convince his people to believe in God. And then, there's 2 or 3 verses that's his dialogue. And then all of a sudden, something happens where paradise has been given to him. With how God, my Lord has forgiven me and made me of the noble, the honorable.
Is this 19 again and 33?
Maybe. It could be.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to be a part of it. Oh.
Yeah, go, please. I would love for you guys to see the verses as I'm speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't plan to give this today, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is it hot out? Where are you? East
A little
Coast?
bit. I'm in the Midwest.
Oh, I used to live in Minnesota.
Oh, I'm in, next to Missouri. But not in Missouri.
Got it. They have the biggest quilting factory there in the United States.
My mother's a quilter.
So am I. She probably looks up. Missouri Star Quilt Company is the biggest quilt company in the world.
Got bags and totes and, yeah. The Star.
Yeah. The Star.
Yeah.
I'm back!
Woman's calling. 1 second. Oh, I think I'll be back. Let me just go get her groceries.
John, what did you do? What did John do?
He needs a break.
Oh, he just needs a break. Well, did I do it right? What I was supposed to do? Whatever.
Yeah, you did excellent. You did excellent.
I'm infuriated by that. I could have knocked him out for 2 hours and I didn't. And then that cunt, Haiti. It's so funny because remember you made a room, Haiti's a cunt, 5 years ago, and now you guys are friends? And then she mods him and then he boots me out. Well, at least Nora just said, look, you don't even say hi back.
Joanna, listen to me. These are small battles. As long as we win
I gotta support this. You damn viewer. I'm not responding to her hellos in the comments. It's just not getting her circulation.
These are tiny little battles. Don't worry about it.
I trust you. I hope that you consider me a friend.
He is Megatron. That's why I'm over here.
Feeling well, and the Xanax. I need Xanax, and I'm going tomorrow, and I'm going to ask.
Fucking Xanax. Oh, I need some relief.
I need something.
lives? Are you kidding me?
No, because one time you said, stop trying to piece my life together. I'm just trying to be nice. I don't care about, anything of whatever. I'm just...
Don't get upset. This is like silly stuff. I'm upset. I'm over here. Hanging out with you, kid. Don't worry about it. I'm having the fucking rest of my sandwich right now. I'm making myself a cup of coffee. What are you so worried about?
I guess if anyone ever abused me, I'm used to either my brothers, my father, my husband, somebody knocking them out and they never be found again. I don't like this. I'm not used to it. You will never see that person again.
Oh my God. Where's Khadijah?
Why is it time for us to come up when they need a break?
It doesn't stop.
He wishes he was in the mob. He wishes he was fucking sent out on that. There's nothing cooler than being...
Oh shit, we got a Studio 54 mob bitch. Oh shit.
Yeah, not a pussy guy.
Woo! She's part of the outfit. Oh shit! The last survivor of Studio 54. The Gambino crime family.
Did he even show up today, Arnold? Was he here? Yeah, he was here. 8 hours.
8 hours here. No show job here. 8 hours over here.
Judy's gone.
Imagine saying that you're trailer trash. You should only know where you live.
Joanne's a little upset.
You mock her every day, not me. So that does bother me. And I just don't like her. I don't like her voice. She sounds like a Nazi. And I'm just getting to the point where I've had it. I'm always so nice to you. You never mod me, but you mod her.
You want to be mods? I didn't know you wanted to be mods.
I would like to be once in a while. I mean, yeah, why do you mod her? Yeah, I don't know what makes the decision, but I'm being honest today.
I'm just doing payroll right now. That's what I'm doing. Like, I'm keeping busy. I'm at work. I'm doing stuff. You know what I mean?
We go shopping at Kohl's online.
What does this guy want? Let's bring him up. Oh my God. You make Khadijah leave. What a fucking idiot. He's got like I have something. He's got to ruin it every fucking time. Like, I don't understand why he had to ruin that. He had to ruin it. He left. Dad, what?
Yeah, she's a spicy one. I agree, man. She's a spicy one, man. She'll be back. Well, she loves talking about what gives her that dopamine, so she'll be back. You know, Khadijah will always be back. Joanna, I bring up the fact that Megatron's been to prison because a lot of people have been to prison. And it's not a big deal if you committed a crime and paid your time. It's not a moral, it's not a... people into asylum tested people.
Let's move on because we have other issues to discuss. Do you see me writing point, John, of you going on YouTube Live.
Yeah, I see your comments, and I like your comments, and I responded to one of your comments. But if
what are you using that YouTube Live for?
To create media, to create content. What do you mean? I'm a filmmaker. I'm a content creator.
Okay, because there's nobody there but you and me.
I know, but yet my 50 YouTube accounts still get millions of views every month.
This guy's up.
Yeah, I just like making fun of people that refuse to read books. That's it. I know Barth can't read a book because he's working. But the truth is, the book club is what we're talking about when it comes to religion, because I have a library of books. And so there's an extended communication network that connects all of us, and it's really the book collection. And so if
I see your collection.
get that tight Muslim Kunani back in here quick.
I fucking see your books on your live, bitch.
I didn't know you were a member of the Gambino crime family, Joanna. I didn't know that.
Genovese.
Oh, I didn't know that the Genovese ran Studio 54. Ah!
You don't know, but you know I'm an author. They're very nice. They ran the dance floor, baby.
We got a clubhouse. We got the clubhouse outfit here. The accidental gangster. Do you know that old fart in Vegas? He used to come on this app. He's an actual gangster. And now he lives in an apartment that looks like it was decorated by a nursing home. Hello. Yeah, Joanna, the thing that you are missing out on is creativity. So, Regal and Frenchie and all these fucking losers on this app that waste all their time, that are causing you emotional trauma.
Yeah.
That's your problem, not their problem. You have to accept personal responsibility and control your emotions. That means be more creative and let it go. Because nothing will be gained or benefited from all of these clubhouse experiences that when done right, doesn't really require any work. Live streaming solves a lot of issues because you can clip the content, and then you can go back and retitle it.
Yeah, I think Clubhouse is just not for me anymore. I think I've hit my...
Well, that's okay. Well, this is the thing is...
Today really kind of disgusted me that there's a room full of people and I'm being abused and no one did shit about it.
Well, see, Joanna, this is again why it's a you problem. I'm not saying that quitting the app isn't a good idea. I'm saying that...
Years later, or, do we even understand time when we're dead? But it's still on his mind, right? These people. And so he enters paradise because he's been killed. He's actually been killed by his people. And so God does not call him a shahid. He's not called a shaheedan. He's not referred to as a martyr. Now, in another verse, it says that do not mourn for those who have died in the path of God. They are alive and being taken care of by their Lord. Okay? So this is another indication that they automatically, if you die while trying to promote God, the true understanding of God, not your understanding of God, right? If you die in the meantime, then God lifts you per se, right? As he supposedly did with Jesus. Now here's a fascinating all the time. He's killed by what's his name?
Herod.
Maybe. Yes. Yes, he is killed while trying to preach God, right?
Right. By King Herod.
Yes, so both him and Jesus are killed in the path of God. And they're alive. And here's a cool thing. I tried to study resurrection in the Quran on Easter because I wanted to figure out what is the resurrection. And I could not find the word for resurrection. I could not find the actual translation for resurrection. Because when God speaks about, he says, we will send you back. You will return. There isn't, and even the word yinshet, if you guys live in the States and you see the change of seasons, I just discovered by looking at nature that a plant that dies in the winter does not come back to life in the former body. A new stem will grow from the corpse, right? It will not, the old leaves will not turn green all of a sudden. You'll have new green. So in a way, this is what God refers to as a resurrection, that we turn into a new form. We don't stay in our old body, so we're not zombies coming back to life. We are ninshet, okay? So God, and then check this out. I don't know if you guys are familiar with like Buddhism or Hinduism with the Wheel of Life and Samsara. But he has two verses in the Quran where he says, وَكَذَلِكَ الرَّجُوعُ or الْخُرُوجِ. And khuruj means the exit. And he says twice, and this is how you will exit.
COVID-19 post-clown
nature and how water is sent down from the skies and the plants start to grow and blah, blah, blah. كَذَلِكَ الْخُرُوجِ. So I thought it was really interesting that God is using the word exit. This is how you're going to exit. As if we're exiting the jihad. Okay, the Quran does not talk about shaheeds the way that modern day Muslims speak of shaheeds. And if you go back, because I would say that Jesus, the Prophet Muhammad died of poisoning, if that's how he even died. He did not die fighting in the path of God. He died on his bed, right? So he did not die a shaheed. Yet the main shaheed, if you die in a car accident, you're a shaheed. No, that's not what a shaheed is. And here's the cool thing. So when John and Jesus, they say, peace be on the day we are born, the day we die, and the day that we will be sent back. Okay? They're going to be sent back on the day of resurrection, on the day of accountability. They will be sent back to us so that they can be a part of the whole process, right? And they're not going to be a part of the process as in like they're not going to happen on the day of accountability. This is the day of truth, right? So, I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm trying.
I'm joking. I don't have my notes.
It's a lot at once. I was just wondering if you were referring to like when it says we did not grant immortality to any human before you.
Right.
Indeed, you will die and they will die. Is that what you're talking about?
No. But that's
the immorality.
So the reason that I don't think Jesus is alive as a, like his body, but God says
this is a lot.
God is saying that He is alive. That those that die in the path of God are alive with their Lord. So His energy, His spirit is alive, just not His body. And that's all we actually have.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did that help you? Like, that makes more sense now? I'll try.
I have no idea, really.
Yeah. And I was jumping everywhere. But
why?
just as a why?
You're just happy to share the message.
My 600-pound life!
Right? Like it flips from one.
I'm not really interested in the Quran.
Oh, that's okay. I was just sharing that that's what you might perceive when you might see that if you read it. Like, you know, the chapter about women is not all about women. And it doesn't matter. But anyway, so the fact that I'm jumping is because we have to find the same concepts. Oh, she left. I hope I didn't upset her. Well.
Oh, that was very interesting. That was very good. That was
Well, I think she wasn't interested because she wasn't interested in understanding how my methodology, which I was, because then she said that I was jumping around. She assumed that I was jumping around because I was happy, but I wasn't happy. But I have to jump to give the whole story, if that makes sense. Because nothing is like you're not going to find the same concepts listed one by one in order. Sorry. If she comes back on and I'm not here, can you apologize to her for me?
Oh no, she's fine. Don't worry about her.
Well, she was already
for the office downstairs. For the office downstairs. Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't mean to send her away.
No, she'll be back. She's always in and out. That book. I think that's why they're confused. I'm confused myself also.
Well, I think most Muslims are confused.
Oh, is this? My 600-pound life!
It's okay.
My 600-pound life!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Anyway, that's why I said you should do a reset.
Oh no!
And just start from
my 600-pound life!
Yeah. It's a complete one.
Good. Labe is in the messages. I don't see Labe though. Would Labe like to come up?
I know.
Oh, hi, Labe. Peace.
If you were talking about like those quotes that I put there in the chat, those were some that I extracted from a book by a guy named Leon Misseltier. And he was talking about like mysticism and things like that. So if you ever go into like say Orthodox spaces, Jewish spaces, and if you ask questions about like various aspects of mysticism, people will talk to you and they'll give you like all of these like fancy words, but it's like, well, what are you talking about? Like, and if you ask a question like, okay, there's this school down the street from here, okay, and it's like bullying or whatever, sexual abuse, whatever, okay. Now that you have all of this Kabbalistic stuff, why don't you tell me what's the problem that's making it, and then tell me what do I do to fix it? And they don't have like answers for you in that way. So he wrote that book called Kaddish, and actually, because I did the quote out of order, it said,
extravagant edifice. I think it is artificial and hairless and almost tantric decadence of symbols and allegories in which the cult entities are arbitrarily hypostatized, and then enormous effort is expended in the mapping of the relationships between them in the utterly unsubstantiated belief that the structure of the Godhead is being revealed. The whole system has always struck me as a holy game. Sometimes the mania for symbolism is amusing.
Fans.
You are highly desired catch. I'm sure there are many suitors. Uh-oh.
And it tastes like this is a little worse. That's probably the best way to taste it.
Yes, I'm not saying there's no difference. What I wanted to say, which I couldn't get a word out, is that they both capitalize on red pilling, quote unquote, and they capitalize, and they do. Yes, they do capitalize.
You watch these videos? Actually, watch them also.
They also. I wanted to say yes, there are some truth. Kevin Samuels
is not a red pillar. He encourages marriage, right? Andrew Tate doesn't encourage marriage. So Andrew Tate would fit the criteria of red pillar.
I think he does, no?
Stop talking. Being a self-made boss, body, get rich, fuck all these bitches, right? And don't commit to fucking any of them without a prenuptial fucking contract of some kind. Everything about what he does is arrogant, whereas Kevin Samuels is trying to point you in a realistic sense, not something. Samuels is trying to prepare you, mental, physical, spiritual, whatever the case may be, to go in the particular direction that you're going to go in, and he does that on the basis of psychology. Andrew Tate does not have a PhD in psychology.
Kevin Samuels is trying to save marriage in the black community.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Watch it. Or maybe you don't.
Huge difference. Huge difference.
You know, the best dating advice will be your own Bible.
The Bible was made in a time when there wasn't contraceptives.
Yeah, then find a bitch that doesn't use a contraceptive.
Yeah, but even they want the best guy.
No, oh my god. So fucking delusional, I can't.
I don't know why you're not listening to me, but if you keep trolling in here, right, which is what you're doing right
okay,
now.
Andrew.
All right, if you're going to keep trolling, because this is not an adult conversation for you. You can't handle it properly.
I'm not trolling. I literally mean everything I say. How am I trolling?
Because you're being overly idealist, throwing stereotypical platitudes at feminine say. Oh, he's just a red pillar. That doesn't mean nothing to me. He's black, therefore I don't need to listen to him. That's fucking racist.
Kind of shape up, seek be worthy of the woman or character that you're seeking. And the other one says, well, they're all fucking dumpster fires. Who gives a shit? Just get money, get laid.
This is kind of like the crux of it. So, like, you know, like idealistically, this is what I want to do and present myself and how I look. And then I'm going to go out there in the world, and idealistically, this is the reaction I want to get. That's the point of the thing that I'm trying to attack. That's the thing that I'm trying to attack here, right? Whether you're like
a trans person that idealistically wants to be a woman and then be perceived as one out there in the world, idealistically, right? Or if you're a woman and you want to idealistically portray yourself in this way, right? Does it make you more of a woman to put fucking makeup on? Does it make you more like? Does the estrogen in your body make you the woman? Like things like questions like this, right? So it's really not so much about this stuff as it is about the idealistic sense of an approach that people take in the world. That's kind of what I'm trying to reduce the conversation down to, so we can avoid the idealism altogether and actually just simply deal with what's realistic. And that's kind of like why this conversation is coming up like this. Now, I guess Abby kind of wants to kind of look at some of the nuances here and say this is ridiculous, or I wouldn't listen to Kevin Samuels because he's black, or Andrew Tate is a red pillar. That has nothing to do with any of that, because when you really get to the crux of it all I'm trying to say is that when people have this idealistic approach of going to be perceived, and then when they don't get that, you know, and their expectation is not met, it's only your fucking fault for not having a realistic approach to the fucking world that you live in and the environment that you're interfacing with. Well said. Exactly. And that's kind of why I was using.
I disagree, but I will not say anything because I sincerely do think when people like stay healthy as they could, as much as they can, of course, it's not always possible. But also like go out more, try to find people, and we are also very influenced by social media and all that. I agree, but I think if you just go out more and be healthy, you can find anyone at any age.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, right? But again, how you put that is a very idealistic reapproach, right? Realistically, if you try to have this idealistic approach and you go out there thinking whatever the fuck you're thinking, right, you're going to get this reaction back that's not probably going to align up with the reality of your expectation of that idealistic approach that you're taking. And that's what I'm trying to say. People need to spend a little bit more time being realistic in their approach instead of idealistic. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Also like grading people.
It's not that subjective.
I think it is.
That's not like that can't even be the case. Like, for example, if you go to any high school or middle school, you're gonna have like tons of girls who like the same guy. Like there is some kind of gradation that happens, right? It might depend on the environment to some degree. Like in some environments, this guy might be the top dog.
Yeah, and the other guys cannot get a girl.
But that there is some sort of grading. Like that's just not like we can't pretend it's not true, right? Like even the Bible puts up in some of them look better than others, right? It's just not like
yeah, I'm not, and the ones that are misfortunate with their looks, they cannot get. I've seen very ugly parents, like they can still get married and all that. I wonder how they do it, and I wonder if their looks match, you know.
I mean, maybe they do, maybe they don't, but like you kind of have to recognize that. Like,
just explain that to me then, with your cue. No, what I'm saying, how ugly people can procreate.
Yeah, they just find people who are like at their level. Really, the people.
Not always.
It's like the women. Women are the ones who are picking the level, right? Like it's not the big men. Men don't necessarily marry for status. Women tend to do that more often. The guy who's the best guy she can find, she'll go for it. This is not like recognizing this isn't unbiblical, and it's not like evil. It's just true. It's not my premise. Listen, I have to say no. There's too much people that have to say too much. There are women out there who value the guy for a different reason than she might go with another guy, but she'll still want the best one she can get. This is not like
No.
had 700 concubines.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Who's
What's the best guy on earth?
Who's that? Is that Solomon?
Yeah, we're talking about Solomon and his concubines and how, like,
Garbage.
generally speaking, more successful you are.
But in the Bible, there are so many stories of
garbage.
Oh, I didn't say he's not garbage. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, he's totally garbage.
something true about that we have to acknowledge, you know?
Yeah, this was taken from them.
This is a really interesting alternative question. I'm wondering if there's any alternative speakers here that would like to offer or suggest some new information that's alternative and interesting. We also have the world famous Dr. Pee in the audience. Rabbona Shalom. These are alternative conversations.
You have any more of these?
Some people aren't prepared for alternative. Access to a live stream recording of everything you ever heard and said. And so, since time is limited, and I'm sure you can't wait to get back on the little bus for the R word people, please proceed.
Probably the only thing, my opinion, if we're talking about America, America is great. It just, maybe lacks sometimes compassion and virtue. And outside of that, it's, I think it lives up to, maybe not what Plato had in mind, but, it's better than everything else.
I have a theory here, and anyone who's like anti-America is gonna hate me, but I think America is probably the most virtuous societies on the planet, and that's why they're doing so well. Well, we all agree. Perfect.
No, I don't disagree with that. Again, we sometimes get elect because we have where Plato warned us.
Yeah.
The problem with democracy is we can.
No.
What did you say in Concord?
one comb, sorry.
Well, I would say that in America and in the world, what we're missing in Plato's Republic is Plato. Book. And in the book club, unlike the political ideologue rhetoric club, in the book club, we read the book and we analyze the information, and then we use that information to modify our concepts and thus our decision-making process. And until politicians like AOC or Tulsi Gabbard or any of these monster cretins can prove that they've actually read a book, well, then
school definitely required just throughout high school these, ages where humans are very impressionable and they're, they could use Plato should be integrated into the American education system.
Well, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor who wrote Meditations, talks about Plato's Republic, and he says, don't be surprised if what you carry into the gym is what you take out of it. So you can come to the gymnasium of philosophy, but what are you bringing to it? And, that's really what you're taking out of it. Nobody's given you nothing in this world. Every success you've ever had is actually because of your personal responsibility and the action that you decided to take. So all the grifters and ideologues and spam artists about race nothing droolers who deserve mockery. Hello?
I'm just here to let every female know on this app that's is a fucking creep. And that he's not stopping. He's just gonna keep on going. So just beware. Lock up your DMs, stuff like that.
I've read some of it, but I can't really give you. I can ask Grack real quick. Give me the 10 primary extracts.
Oh, no, I was just out of curiosity.
Well, I have a collection of Plato, Marcus, Epictetus, and Plato is more like a novel in a way. If you read the Stoic Meditations of Epictetus and Marcus, they're more axioms and aphorisms to consult in a very diverse, chaotic, and challenging world. So you can use any book as an oracle to help you survive and thrive. But the teachings of Marcus and Epictetus and Plato, these are primary source books. And unfortunately, if you're a cruiser and you got punched out at a park, And unless we study these things today, our society is doomed, because we will have brain rotted out TikTokers screaming, "That's racist! That's racist!" I rest my case. You are all now free to depart the short bus as it hinges on the cliff of disaster, as I'm pushing it from the back, urging you all to get off the bus and get back to the book club.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Riveting.
You're welcome.
Riveting.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Jesus.
Mary and Joseph. What did Mary and Joseph do to the world?
It's like an actor, man. I love it. Every time I love it.
Yeah, but it's like too much, man.
Hello? They're the ones that unleash this Pandora's box.
Do you have a defiancy issue? Like, you're just like being absolutely defiant to fucking people?
Wait, let me hit my projection bell. Projection alert detected. Projection alert detected. We got it. We got him again.
Having like a discussion before, you know, fucking John wanted to appeal to the Plato Republic and not really be serious about that, and then it went there, and then now we're talking about Mary and Joseph. So I mean,
My show about mocking people.
No, I know it's a have a briefness about it, and then go on his fucking tangent, and then
living rent free in the audience's brain. Capital economy. Attention, capital economy.
You know what I mean? It's like where the fuck are we now? Like what are we talking
Hello.
about? That's kind of like I was going down like fucking idealism versus realistic approach. And that's kind of like the main driving force behind it. And I was trying.
It's amazing. And it shows a lot of stuff. Why'd you say that?
Because if you deny Jesus, you're not smart. Not my interpretation, Mark. It's not my interpretation.
You're so blinded by
It's not my interpretation.
Yeah, it is your interpretation. I can't believe you just said that. Nobody's ever said that, by the way, in human history, except I can't believe you just said that. Out of nowhere. You haven't read his work. No, I get that. You're ignorant to his.
Mark, it's just projection. Don't take it personal. That's Andrew's projection on you, Mark. Got to try to read between the lines of what's happening here in this conversation when somebody calls you stupid. That's Andrew projected on you, Mark. Got to hit your projection bell. Ding! Projection alert! Projection alert! Projection alert! Everybody here is witness to Andrew's ad hominem projection. Let it be noted and recorded for all the time. So Christ Jesus in heaven, after Andrew's death, he can look back and say, Andrew, you made a projection on a conference call app called Clubhouse. Why did you do all that, Andrew? Did you do that for me? And Andrew's like, yes, Lord. I did the ad hominem projection for you, Jesus. Thank you, Andrew. You may enter into heaven now. Congratulations on apologizing for doing ad hominem projection all those years on the conference call app, especially in the Bring the Noise room where Andrew, the king of Christianity, gets roasted. The roasting of Andrew. Andrew, are you going cruising this weekend? You gonna ask any guys to stick their fingers up your butt? You gonna get punched out at the party for cruising? No, that's what Andrew does, brother. He cruises at the parties. That's how he got the TBI.
Okay. So I'm good. Who does that? That's what I.
Ooh, you stupid person! You're a stupid person! Stupid person alert! Projection alert! Projection alert!
So you're ignorant. You're not. No. You don't call Thomas Paine stupid. No, Thomas.
Projection alert!
Stupid. I'm saying in the way.
Projection alert!
Which is that he was a deist. Okay. Anybody who's a deist is stupid. Yeah.
Stupid!
I know you don't think I know who he is.
Stupid!
I don't know what you're talking about. Thomas Paine was a deist, and he was stupid. Yeah, he was stupid. He was stupid because he argued against the supernatural claims in the Bible. He argued against.
Of course, they are stupid.
Yes.
They are stupid.
And that.
Spiritually
Sometimes you got an ugly face, so ugly make a movie about you. Yeah, the Elephant Man, that freaked me out. I thought as a kid.
And like, I have no interest to watch those things. But like I'm saying, that'd be a more profitable way to capitalize on strangeness. Plus, there's still Ripley's Believe It or Not. They just publish documents on it. Like tattoo people, Guinness Book of World Records. I was like, we don't need to put them in a traveling carnival act, you see.
Wow, that's a true story. I never heard that about Sylvester Stallone. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone's facial
It's not an accent.
Yeah, caused by a medical accident during his birth. When they used forceps, they accidentally severed a facial nerve. Wow.
Now here's the real question: why does Jackie Stallone have that accent?
Oh man, the Elephant Man was only 27 years old when he died. I thought it would be, I guess because he looked so gross that I.
Well, I think his editor was putting a lot of pressure on him, wasn't it?
God, that's gonna suck that your fucking bones are trying to kill you. Your own fucking bones are trying to fuck you up.
Neo-Nazis supporting him.
No, the universe only supports life, Sam. What are you talking about?
Alistair, you were ousted unfairly. I apologize.
Well, you know, the thing about having so many accounts and being here to intentionally live stream my experience, when I get kicked, I don't feel like I get angry or have a grudge or hurt because it's really like a dopamine circuit process. And I get my dopamine. It's the people that get their circuit that get really angry and hold and create all that anxiety and rage in them, and that is when they say, "I need more, Xanax." And
you're full of all right.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, I'm just saying, if you've never smoked a joint, had a glass of Pinot Noir, and read a good book, well, you might not really be fully alive yet. Hello?
Yeah, I'm dyslexic, so I can't read. That's kind of like ableist of me.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, I believe in social equity and altruism. I think the egoists are really the criminals of society. It's only the altruists. See, I've been reading Ayn Rand, and I've been improving my IQ to come back here to you all about the future of capitalism.
Wow. No better place to go for the information on the future of capitalism than someone that wrote 100 years ago.
Well, really, the
Rand teaches objectivism.
Objective ethics. Could you
People
imagine?
with artisan creative ability, should you be allowed to survive in Ayn Rand's?
Well, Rabboni Shalom, I often observe that there are many people too weird to live and too strange to die. And then I realized that that's me. And that's what gonzo, bizarro journalism of the guy that got shot out of the cannon by Johnny Depp said, from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And so, if you believe that entertainment...
Movies about being on drugs 24/7.
globally in some type of a communication network.
We've got wires going in, got wires coming out of our skin.
Alright, so I got a fun tidbit. So Nathaniel Brandon was a guy who met Ayn Rand. He was 19 years old when he first met Rand with fan letters. And then Rand and Brandon had an affair when they were both married. Rand was married to Frank Bonner. Brandon was married to Barbara Brandon. And the four parties had a rational sit down about it. And then the affair was justified in high philosophical language. It was not that we are horny and making a mess. It was treated as a heroic value response between superior souls, with spouses expected to rationally accept reality. Also, people just, for some reason, don't count anger as an emotion, which is stupid.
Yeah. Anger means that you can go off to work and kill people with it.
Well, Marcus Aurelius has a lot to say about anger. And
Dude, it's okay. You don't have to go jump onto the freeway. It's okay. You don't have to.
do I need to hit my projection bell? I'm just trying to say that Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher, has a lot to say in Meditations about anger management. Hello?
Hi.
That's true. He does. On a subject penis.
So cute.
in the Republic of Plato or in the democracy of Donald Trump, it's up to us as Americans to freely voice our concern when we don't think that the debt resolution experts are going to be able to do their job. So guys like McZed here, who study and thrive in the debt consolidation and repayment system, we have to realize that this concept of a jubilee is merely hypnosis and propaganda. We need real debt resolution now.
And then Randy Brighton had an affair with her bookman.
There's the, who was it, Iceland? I think Iceland did one.
Oh.
Who?
Definitely kind of original and unique.
I like to do the vampire one a lot.
I haven't played in so long.
Yeah, I just rediscovered it recently.
I think they've been updating it even. I was like, I didn't even know that people still played it.
Yeah, I just found it. They updated it. There's all sorts of new ones and stuff. There's like a neuro something virus that's kind of like this thing takes over, this parasite takes over your brain, and it's kind of like a sci-fi sort of. The neuroworm takes
Isn't
over
that
your
what
brain.
the story of Jesus Christ is? Because I don't think it was actually Jesus's conspiracy. I think it was Mary and Joseph. Hello?
Hey.
So, Kat, you're a student of Ayn Rand. What did you gain? I know you said you can't remember anything that you actually read about, but what did you gain from Ayn Rand's philosophy?
Well, mostly that is the thing that, you're kind of into when you're a teenager and you think you're super special because it's elitist.
I would say that's actually a pretty accurate analysis. However, that's like talking about a book and not really reading a book.
No, I read them all. Not every philosophy book of hers, but I read Virtue and Selfishness, and I read all the novels.
You've read the Bible, correct, too, right?
I read the Bible in high school, yeah.
So, what's your summary extraction from the Bible?
There's a there's no begetting in it.
Actually, they were trying to stop the engine of the world, not beget anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
See,
yeah, Ayn Rand had a whole fetish for men grabbing and kissing women without their permission too.
Well, I'm just saying that, it's so superficial to ask somebody to tell me what's in a book as opposed to actually just reading the book myself, and to think that anyone actually has much of a memory to even tell me what were the most interesting parts of a said book. So I'm...
I mean, it was 40 years ago.
I was going to say, she was a teenager when she read it.
Well, that's why I said it's a me problem, not a you problem.
I mean, expecting the
now I know he's just one of these trolls, edgy trolls trying to get her a ride.
Oh, no. I'm accurate in what I'm saying. I see you just don't like what I'm saying. But I think Kat here is kind of a Karen of Clubhouse in a way. Sorry, Kat, but I think you're a Clubhouse Karen. Let me hit my Clubhouse Karen alert system. We've designated a Clubhouse Karen.
The Gen X name is Ashley. Yeah, Karen doesn't bother me.
Right. All right, so his arc is about 10 minutes at most, I guess.
I got a 10-minute arc!
Before he does this, he kind of reaches it.
He's always starts yelling.
I remember getting up the book and like
preserving it,
wanting to read it because it was like an Everest challenge because it was just so fucking big. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get through this.
Oh yeah, her books are huge.
Have you ever tackled Everest Andricus?
So John, do you like
No. Too many dead bodies on there. I got to pass for my life.
Andricus TG.
John doesn't even want to say hello to the rabbi.
Rabbi Tate?
See what the number's up to now. Let's look that up. There's like little monuments you have to pass on.
Yeah, they're like landmarks now. Like Dead Books is one I can remember always, just by name.
Johnny, you
Is
use
it
that
Red
more
Books?
often, what I mean.
With Andrew Tate in your office.
These PCRs have like a life shelf, you know?
Shelf life.
Of Christ Jesus.
The true magician.
Bono Shalala.
So like Mary's the tree of life, Jesus is the fruit from the tree of life.
Bono Shalala.
It's kind of cool actually.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Tree and fruit. I mean, that's why Mary is so important to Catholics, because it's really like Hinduism. You know, it's like a female deity component to the Christ narrative. It's inescapable when it comes to understanding. Well, I've been accused that I have a 10-minute arc. And I would say that Jesus and Mary also have 10-minute arcs. It's only 10 minutes.
I have no clue what that means.
Here and assume the responsibility for Jesus and all of Christianity and say we're the new updated 2.0 version. It's coming. Just have belief and faith in the pattern of the Muslim.
What was the title of Alternative Conversations?
They are coming. Oh, it is an alternative conversation, all right. It's coming.
We have to be like, Jesus, God, and like 10 minutes.
No, I changed it. Oh, I don't know. Dude. Why are we? That's the whole thing, right? Why are we ever entertaining anyone telling us anything different than what in the Bible? Like, I don't even understand. And you gotta look. I don't know why anyone is gonna appeal to anything that they say. You gotta be like, listen, dude. You're saying he's a what? He's following what prophet? Okay. Where?
A higher percentage have died climbing those.
Oh. Because everything I don't know why I'm maintaining the fact that
What's about the percentage of the
Islam even has like a chance to.
What was the alternative? Go what?
It's really weird.
What was the alternative? Hold on, I can't hear you. Like, if it is a risk of dying and being injured, like, what's the alternative?
Tommy, which is here. I don't want to talk about this.
Same. What's the, as opposed to what? Like, what else would you be in danger of?
Severe injury.
Alright.
What's that?
If it was like 2 million,
More risk of getting hit by something.
trying to deal with the same issue.
What is that? I don't understand.
Like the complete lack of.
Bro, did you read the verse? Like these are in the yo.
You've read the Bible, correct, too, right?
I'm messaging to you.
So, what's your summary extraction from the Bible?
There's a lot of getting in it.
Really? Because I would say that you would probably say the same exact thing that you just said about Ayn Rand, that it's a book for a bunch of elitist snobs.
There's no beginning in it. Actually, they were trying to stop the engine of the world, not begin anything. Yeah, pretty much.
Pitbulls on the loose.
I used this word because
Yeah, did you read it? You didn't read it.
I'm reading it now.
Hey, go pick up that hammer over there and
Alright, yeah, I read it.
imagine me talking about this guy's life, like how fucking boring that would be. His life would be boring as fuck. 242, okay, the big hinges on this one.
It's like that, what's that shit happened in America? Was it Full Loco or something? There was like a drink, like a drink. And people go
Daniel, I don't have that lead on it.
Never touched
But I'm in here. I don't even want to be in there.
A lot of people in the military who do hate you because, like you said, like drug testing and whatnot. Great.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, it was one of the Delta 8 was one of the attempts to put it out for to make it legal.
All I wanted to do is tell And he thinks I'm gonna go back. I said, no, bro, I'm not getting down. My brain was way behind right now. I'm fucking getting kicked out. I'm not trying to get kicked out.
So I talked to Darth Dawkins earlier, and he asked me when I was going to have surgery on my nose. And then he started asking me about what shape Italy is before he kicked me. But I told him before the shake, that I just pulled a boot out of Darth Dawkins' ass and it smelled like shit. And then he kicked me. And
that's a clever reverse, John, I gotta say.
yeah, I knew what was coming with the boot Italian question. So then he exploded and kicked me. But I would just say that what Darth Dawkins does is what a lot of people do, which is really just the Prove to Me God Exists show, where you have people come up and then
so mad.
Yeah, and that's part of it.
Mad.
Yeah, that's part of the show.
Oh my God, I was part of that show for such a long time. It's great. I just sit there, and every fucking atheist known to man comes in, and they just get kicked. And I'd be on stage. That's probably why they hate me so much. I never get kicked off the Darth stage. Never. Never get dropped down. Never body abused by them ever. So they probably don't. I mean, he throws the theatrics up and he's just hanging out with Darth. I mean, the whole thing is that sometimes I really liked going into it. Like, he would explain to the atheists like what they're saying is wrong. And he'd go into the metaphysics of it. I really enjoyed that. So I kind of, the torch to PMARS.
Tell fans the latest development in your love life. Tell him it's he's getting married. Yeah. Yeah, he told me. He seems pretty cool too. Congrats, Sam.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That sounds really good.
I'm Irish. I use the shillelagh.
How do you punch?
It's me shillelagh.
I am Scott. It's a better joke, I guess.
I mean, you're ginger, so you can punch.
It's the same shit.
Speaking of ginger, hey, Sully, have you ever smoked moon rocks? That sounds crazy, good.
What is it, hash?
Shit, man. Oh, I went in. Oh, I didn't hold back.
That was brutal.
That was so brutal. It was so brutal. I listen to me. He was begging everybody in the background to drop me because he knew I wasn't going to stop. I mean, I definitely deserved being knocked down, without a doubt. I mean, I was so brutal. I mean, the kid might commit suicide tonight. Who knows?
What are we talking about?
No, nothing now, Joanna, because you come in and we have to change the conversation for you. So, again, what do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about.
You do this every time. You do this every time, and then you want to wonder about people like, and you're in the room. No, you ruined it already.
All right, I gotta go do something.
No, start over. I have to start again.
Let's go do something!
I didn't ask you about you doing anything.
All right, whatever. You
Let's
deserve
go
to
do
get
something. I'll take you.
All right, stop. Kitover started in with this bullshit about. Oh my God, dude! Can I say one thing, please, Joanna? I'll be quick. I promise. Fucking Kitover over there, bringing up your pet, whatever. What's that, dude?
You shouldn't. find out. That's a long time ago. That's the wrong guy to tell, bro. He's the right guy to tell. I trust you.
Joanna, everything is just for a day, and I'm just Solomon testing people on this app, and we were fucking with Sam Rosen. So, I mean, it's no secret that Megatron, you know, was in the hole. Like, the guy's got real stories, and he's a real person.
John, telling people the story. Like, I don't have any issues with that. You should tell the true story then. Yeah. You should know the whole story. That you're a gangster. And you know, he's a
reformed gangster.
And that's a big difference. No, they took 2 bites from me. They took 2 bites from me. They took 2 fucking Honda bikes that I had in my apartment. We're gone. The cops basically robbed me. They robbed me. They put me in the hole. And I got a conspiracy to attempt a conspiracy or a felony to commit a felony. Some bullshit like that. Like, these are bullshit fucking charges. It's crazy. But they could just drop it. And then they could just drop it. Yeah. They just do it to intimidate. Do you want to know what life is? You want to know what life is? That's an experience. Let me tell you. You don't mind going crazy? There's people that don't get out of that shit either. That's really fucked up. They stay crazy. They stay fucked up. Yeah. My brother will be like, oh, I left it in my cell. I mean my room. Like, he still thinks he's in there. No, I want to draw a blank. I did. Joanna, why are you BSing? He's supposed to BS. That's what I'm saying. It always exaggerating with you. Always. I love you. I'm gonna tell you how many which prisons I visited upstate. Oh my God, here we go. Do we need to go through the fucking list? What? You don't believe me? My husband was in jail too in Attica. What did your husband fucking get? What was he gonna get into? 5 ounce blow. Oh my God. And he sold it to a narc. Oh my. And the DEA was in the bathroom. So he went there, the guy opened the door, and then my husband was busted. And my second husband did 11 and a half years in Leavenworth, Raybrook, and Otisville. He was in 3 federal prisons. Raybrook? I never played with that. I never 5 years, Daniel, I know you. Do you ever know how to pick a doll face? Right? I mean, what kind of a head on your shoulders do you have? Do you still do those the Reiki stuff? Yeah, I was a fan of guys back in the 80s. Of course she was. Her husband was in jail. Of course she has to do the fucking massage. Prison. Can I get a massage? Yeah. What would you throw in, I'll do anything for you. You see? What do you think I can get? You think how much? This guy's in jail. But trying to put her in a nice house. This is what she's doing when he's out. This is what I'm saying, Daniel. No, they're all the same. Oh, yeah. See, I'll massage you. Dude, she hates me with a fucking... They want me to shit talk Sam. They want to hear me. They heard it. I don't know who heard it. I don't know why. But for some strange reason, they all started piling in. And I'm saying to myself, oh, they want to hear me talk shit to Sam. No problem. Yeah, I got you, baby. And you got it, baby. You gave them what they give the crowd what they want. Well, me, I really don't do it for the crowd. I'm just saying, like, Sam wants to now say, oh, why do you hang out with me? Why do you, I'm not going to hang out with you. He's he's probably like trying to do deals.
Alleged white supremacists, the mainstream media were very careful not to show images of his black wife and his children. So I would invite people to take a closer look before they start demonizing groups of people.
I appreciate you updating me on that. Obviously, in the United States particularly, where when a group of guys gets together, it's always presumed to be bad, and somebody has to come along and quote-unquote interfere. That is a real thing. I mean, people have been talking about this for over 30 years. I'm not going to argue that it gets me in trouble with some of my left-leaning compatriots, but it is I stand on that. So clearly, sounds to me like I haven't had all the information, is what I will say. And it would be proper for me to look into it more. So thank you.
Thanks, Dave. It's good to hear you too. I hope things are well.
I hope things are well for you too, and it is good to hear from you. It's been since last Samhain at least, or Halloween as most people call it.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about here. So much to talk about.
A social about the Central Park Karens, Christian and that was the dog owner and the bird watcher in Central Park. And then yesterday we talked about Nick Saban on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in 2019.
Isn't this very old news?
Well, 7 years old is old, but the reason why it's relevant, Agent, is our society has the attention of goldfish and a microwave.
Maybe you have to mute her.
It's great. Just John Courthouse. Well, okay, you just have to wait so you're not making some more.
Oh, dude, you should come up.
Before you were talking about skinheads, I found that really interesting because for me, skinheads were from Britain. They were like UK based and kind of leftist. And then it all turned over.
East Coast heads.
Monica keeps talking about the dog that was off the leash.
And so when I knew somebody from the East Coast who said he was a skinhead, I couldn't believe it. The reason they were called skins out here was that they would shave their head, but they would often leave a mohawk-ish shaped into a swastika on top of their head, depending how far they would go.
Okay, that's more like.
So I should have said West Coast skinheads. That's true. It's all of these things.
More paying to Britain, more than the US. But yeah.
And you are correct. There was even East Coast skinheads that were liberal too. They weren't all. And ironically, so in 1980s culture, the conservatives, the Reagan-era conservatives, did not like the disorderly conduct of the skinheads. I mean, there were even conservative judges that out here in Oregon.
But yeah, I don't say much, right? No, that might get even difficult.
That's the
Yeah, if you ever find it, let me know, man. But thanks.
No, it's not.
Greg, if you're off mic but I'm not getting sound, are you talking and still messing around the club deck trying to get that to work?
Hello, moderator.
Let's see. I'm guessing you switched your.
He can hear us, but we cannot hear him.
Alright, so. On club deck for your input mic. Your input on your mic. You gotta switch that one back.
We still cannot hear him.
And then we'll be able to hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, what happened? I was here.
Hello? Hello? Nitha, why do you have my wife's PTR on your account? Yeah, she keeps claiming that I'm her wife on Facebook and that I'm Anton LaVey. And can you read my tarot cards? Hello? It's my party and I'll cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. Do 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 do. What'd you think about my birthday song? How'd you know?
Of course Taro said that. Of course she said that.
I should instead criticize Christians for opposing.
And we just do it in a constitutional legal argument.
After Roe v. Wade was decided.
Daniel, I can send you nudies. I can send you pics of me in the back channel.
You are so fucking hot. It's unbelievable.
Oh my God, Joanna. Fill me in. Send me the nudies too. I want to see the full spread.
I want to call you Joe.
Send me the nudies, Joanna.
Let me send Daniel some guys.
Certainly, states like Texas, where we have a stringent abortion law put together by Ken Paxton, and Texas, one of these examples, there was a young woman who the Supreme Court never said no abortions. They just said it's not constitutional one way or the other. It's returned to states' rights. So states like Oregon, California still have it. States like Texas don't. So, the argument on a states' rights issue side is if you want this, if you want to live in a place, then you should move. The problem then comes into that's financial feasibility and whether you can or not. But so then are people citizens of, because people are citizens of states as well as citizens of a nation, this is where it gets lost. The conservative argument is not we hate abortions. Some probably do. The conservative argument is states' rights. And this triggers my daughter when I try to explain this. But Dad, I thought you were a liberal person. I said, I'm empathetic to states' rights. I understand. But that's actually what their argument is. Now, are they being critical of it? Huh? Statement of human rights.
15 minutes a day, you prove you can read a book.
Is a set of rights that we designed that come out of the Declaration but are different than the Declaration. They're separate. One is you getting to your fundamental human rights. The other is you getting to your rights under the Constitution. And at least if you want to argue for human rights, U.S. courts will hear that kind of stuff. But again, that's not why it's decided, which is why tomorrow's explanation isn't accurate. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that the woman.
Well, look at Benjamin being more narrow. The Declaration of Independence is not law. Okay, it is a preamble. So it's like a purpose. It's like if when a city declares a speed limit, that's amazing. I consider myself a poor student.
Maybe that's why
I don't recall ever saying that the Declaration of Independence was the law of the land. Did anybody else emphasize my saying that?
It seemed to be implied from what you said, but maybe we misunderstood your meaning.
Oh, damn. Shit. Okay. That's weird.
If we were having a discussion,
and it is a mistake which I have personally made before, so I guess I
Wait,
just...
what part of recalling that the Declaration of Independence includes the phrase that among the many rights of man is the right of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness? And we need to make it illegal. That's what they want to do. That's what conservatives want to do. Many of them. And the states' rights thing is just like being put an end or a way station on play. Now, I don't think that the conservative policies are good. I do think there is a good states' rights argument here. Nowhere says in the Constitution that states, that citizens are guaranteed the right to an abortion or anything even close to that. So then it's like, well, it probably goes to the states then. I mean, that's just as a technical matter, it probably does. But I don't think that their policy ideas, the conservative policy ideas, are good. I don't think the policy of my own state in this area is good. And I think we'll probably see in a few years that it didn't work out with that fact. They did not prevent abortions from occurring.
There's a line, John, of how
it's just
are connected there. We're talking about, like, how did it,
something that doesn't work,
So let's not take it there.
Wait, what?
I'm just saying the Constitution. I'm actually a fan of the Constitution because I think it's one of the documents ever printed. But
and this represents someone who
about, like, how did you get from 1 to 10?
Oh, just based on what I heard you two talking, Wendy went for a while, you went for a while, and I didn't know I had to follow some type of programming schedule or format for you, so I apologize if it's a strong juxtaposition.
It presents this idea of interpretation. Like, we don't believe in the free law. There was amendments to overturn it. There have been other things that the Supreme Court has ruled upon. And anytime the Supreme Court to make a ruling change, it can be flipped. All it needs is a new lawsuit to undo it. States like Oregon would still happen. But it is a living document, but if we rely on courts to make these changes, like what was done with Roe v. Wade, then we should expect that a new court will undo the change. It's sort of like rely on an executive order, the next president's going to come along and undo it. I think some powerful lessons may have been learned during the last few years through this time. Sometimes I think people have maybe sat on their laurels and thought, oh, I guess that's just how it's going to be. And, the court decided,
Well, something being decided by the court, Dave, is one of the more permanent ways, honestly. And then, should the legislature have decided something and put it in the Constitution? I mean, that would be one of the more permanent ways, more permanent than the court. But just passing law, actually, legislature passes laws all the time. Executive orders are one of the least permanent ways.
I will say, though, that if we're going to have a right to an abortion, and this gets me in trouble out here, then a man has a right to a financial abortion, like AKA she's pregnant, he finds out, then he should be able to sign away those rights and never pay child support again. That puts me in quite deep hot water with some of my fellow liberal-leaning counterparts. Not to have the other.
I didn't get your logic back.
Conservatives say to women, right? That is the where the man is notified and then opts in.
The line, John, of how you are connecting there
And at that
from
point,
what we were talking
resolve the issue.
How did you get from one to two?
If people say that if
just based on what I heard you two talking, Wendy went for a while, you went for.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator.
Well, I'm confused on the issue. I could have been people abort people for being disabled all the time. Somebody could find out I was blind and decide to abort me. Now, I met my bio mom in the last few years. She didn't want to do that. She's very staunch about that. But I didn't ask that question. She just brought it up. But I do think that both, if you have one, you got to have the other if you're being honest.
Are you blind?
I've been blind my whole life. I'm missing my optic nerves.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So you
If we had the free abortion, is that why you're saying this?
It's mixed. I mean, I've heard this since I was adopted. I mean, since, people referring in the 70s, like adoptions are like the abortions that didn't happen. I mean, and I know people who have literally said to my face that they would abort rather than have a disabled child of any kind, which is their right, at least here in the state of Oregon. I would never, it's hard to be an unwanted. There is that aspect of things. I just think the issue is more complex probably than what I think the government should stay out of it, but I think the issue is probably more complex than what either of the two parties who obsess over each other probably want it to be.
And I agree. It's much worse than that. But I also think that there's a lot of more happy kids from that, because they don't do that because they are disabled, and they do it because they're not ready to form a family.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't believe in the so-called abortion as birth control. People aren't doing that. Most of us don't want to get a shot if we don't want to. So telling me that a woman is choosing to do it over birth control, I've never believed that. I know the conservatives, I've never believed that. I mean, there's a great many things I think the government should stay out of. Abortion is simply one of them. Pot is another one of them. Guns are another one. Prohibition on things doesn't help anything. How did prohibition work in the 20s? Like, I mean, how many times do we have to do the war on drugs was a failure?
A 31-year-old man was in the hand with forearm in the 39th block of South Home Avenue in the Long
The other side of this that I think is where we see
American home. Limited edition. Get yours before they're
comprehensive and well thought out system of gun regulation. There is no way for me to get a machine gun, a grenade launcher, a mortar. There's no way for me to get artillery cannons and anti-aircraft cannons. Many foreign vendors of elite weapons just do not sell them in this country because they don't really see a path to selling them to the right people, good people like me. So like Heckler and Koch and the MP7. You can't buy the MP7 in this country, So we need regulation for all of these things. We need laws governing them. But we need laws with an eye to enabling and fostering and furthering the exercise of those rights and activities in a structured way. It's the same thing with drugs.
And Warren has made this point, but he call for 100 years, something. 8 years.
Actually, a war between Israel and Iran.
That's not the black market or anything.
I think it's part of the conversation that I don't even see.
Please don't scroll.
That was a big deal when I was younger. Like this idea that prohibited doing some awful thing to this poor young girl, and she bleeds out and dies. Like this was a known quantity when I was a kid. People knew about this stuff. And I'm really surprised that we don't hear abortions. And that's not the point. What's the point if it's a poor girl?
It probably doesn't matter anymore because the back of Valley abortions, I bet you they got a lot better. And they're probably not even unsafe anymore. They're probably are.
No. That's not the case. Just look at some. He's a border still going on. Sorry. Maybe I think this is a really good point. That's why we not should have practically abortions.
I think he cut out.
Actually, you cut out.
Oh, I cut out.
I was going to say that it's super easy for people to even know when they're in the matrix. So just
we definitely heard about this.
And I'm just surprised it's not part of the modern conversation. It's the first thing I brought up to my daughter, which is like, are you worried about it? Because she knows about my status. And I'm like, girls bleed out and dying in the back alley someplace? Absolutely. This is insane to me that we would bring this kind of barbarism back.
It's been brought up in many discussions, Dave. People use it as an argument to support pro-choice.
Okay, well that's good, because I've been shot down for using it as an argument, not by conservatives, but by pro-choice.
I want to address why I think it doesn't make sense. I don't think it makes sense today the way that it made sense in the 60s and 70s, because the reason women had these abortions in the back alley, it was not because they were found to be pregnant. And society has this, well, they have the bastardization problem, right? Bastard is one of the worst things you can call a person. And it's also the name of a child that's born. And we have to thank the good Christians and the good religious people for this language. But this is just, this is what we need to get rid of. We don't need to get rid of coat hangers. We need to get rid of the oppression of a religion.
25. How old are you?
19.
Oh, you're so young. I like younger guys. Yeah, I like their really good in the bedroom.
The church's monopoly by the public, and not the other thing. You won't need back alley abortions, and you won't have them if there's no social pressure associated with keeping
abortion than have a child. That's the craziness that just absolutely has got to be condemned into non-existence.
Look, I mean, Benjamin, so many things wrong with what you said. I don't know where you just don't understand it. But yeah, that's the whole thing. So the man and the woman need to form a common enterprise for the purpose of raising children, and that needs to be sanctified, sacralized by the society. And people who operate outside of that system should be ostracized, I guess. Listen, we're real. Jonas, you're such a cartoon.
This 25-foot
I'm still Swedish. We've been having a really, really strong relationship with them for 1,000 years. It's picking up
family.
Hello guys, I'm a new YouTuber.
Not Baxter, it's Ben. They're descendants. Let that sink in.
That's pretty much what I was saying, because we missed the we name our daughters from their mother. So,
but what did Jason just say? I said the family is one of the most sacred institutions of a functioning society. It is a common enterprise for the purpose of raising legitimate descendants.
Woo! 40 cents in the bag! I can maybe tip at the bar. You ever tip too much?
anybody just get that guy? I love any system. Anybody just
what's going on with the moon? Italian questions. He exploded and kicked me butt. I would just say that what Darth Dawkins does is what a lot of people do, which is really just the Prove Me God Exists show. See, this is a public space, so I'll try to remain public and just say that in the Republic of Plato, I believe in social equity and altruism. I think that egoists are really the criminals of society. It's only the altruists. See, I've been reading Ayn Rand, and I've been improving my IQ to come back here to talk with you about the future of capitalism. Party for cruising? Maybe you want to update the kids. Sir Epictetus and I analyze.
Person very much.
I mean, now we should start saying. And do the Swedish show.
Jonas should speak some Swedish for us. Jonas, you could criticize me full obscenities in Swedish. That would be fun.
And are Swedish meatballs, as we see them, are they actually Swedish or is that an American?
They don't even know because they don't have Swedish meatballs.
Actually, we do. You're both right. It's an abomination. Don't go to IKEA if you want to eat Swedish meatballs. That's for sure.
What about that bowed harp of yours? I forget what it's called, but it practically has like a bow and it's also a harp. You guys have some beautiful musical instruments.
I got the earbuds because I'm running out of battery.
His other earbuds are the ones that speak English.
Am I wrong? If you cannot conduct yourself from here on out, stop doing the shit that will instantly block you. So it's up to you. Man, as if that's gonna ruin my day, and your day's not already ruined by being insulted by me, Alistair Crowley. You're pathetic, Doc Garrison.
I used to come into beef serve and prank him and pretend I was Indian and then play my flute. He had no idea it was alive. It created a right political.
Bye-bye, Susan refers to
You get a degree. You get your master's degree. You get your first internship. Like looking for a husband.
Sometimes it feels tough being a small creator on YouTube. I've made so many videos. The likes are so few and getting subscribers feels almost impossible. Sometimes I wonder if anyone really cares about this content. Even though it's hard, I keep going. So if you enjoy the video, please don't. Even the smallest support means the world to me.
Fast colors and promises. How to be brave? How can I love
That's in consequence. Please, Benjamin.
Clothes with minimal detail. Come easy to me. How can I fall?
We were in textiles. Well, we were spinning with a spinning device, okay, which you could actually do while you were taking care of your children. These machines were safe. They were not loud. Okay, they didn't emit. They were like 25, and then they turned like 18.
No, I'm saying, what I'm saying is the firstborn babies, the age when you get your firstborn baby is higher in the society before the industrial revolution.
No, I can't hardly.
Yeah, so this is actually what is called the Europe.
The first marriage was mid-20s, or marriage was mid-20s. And a relatively large proportion of people do not have children. So now, what's known as the thing is not for Eastern. It's not true. So there has been this overall change where it's marriage is later and European marriage pattern is
I'll make a dangerous.
You know what it's like when you want to go grab.
Also, before the Industrial Revolution,
What's going on with the moon? Italian question.
Pre-Industrial Revolution, grandparents and like a family system is you would never have a woman staying at home with her children, only her. If they were well enough to do that, that's multiple recipient women working together with all their children. Like, it's a broken home by comparison to people who believe that the extended family is the family. They didn't call it extended family. That was having a family. So a lot of this stuff has actually changed with time, and this includes America. Before the Industrial Revolution, you had people living on plots of land right next to each other or with each other and all working together. So, and the broken homes were still there. So, it's kind of
yeah, so backing up a little bit, Benjamin. The issue isn't the liberals. I mean, this change started more than 100 years ago, before you even had anything like the progressives, which is these are progressives. And yeah, it's not you know, I guess we'll some up there. So
I would just like that the founding fathers would be called progressives today.
No, they would not, because the founding fathers did not believe. No, Jonas, look, you said what you're going to say, and now I'm going to say that you're wrong, and why not? Okay, now we're going to have a back and forth here. Okay? So you can disagree with me in a minute. And they wouldn't, because the founding fathers did not believe in using the government to change the values of regular people or to progress society. The founding fathers were actually keenly interested in setting up a government to preserve traditional rights, okay, what they understood to be traditional English rights, So, and I think there's an argument to be made that they were right, that they ultimately saw that this is what creates a freer and better society.
I think I agree with you totally. That's the thing. So I'm just commenting on this because I agree with you totally that this is.
But then they're not progressives. I mean, because progressivism is about changing the people, but with the government.
What I'm saying is they were progressive at the time. They were changing society.
They were Enlightenment people, but not so they didn't believe in the deconstruction. So I'm very familiar with postmodernism. I consider myself to be post-meta-modernist, meaning I've seen through the traps of postmodernism. As it doesn't have a path to reconstruction. And I think with the founding fathers, for better and for worse, what they were trying to do was construct this free society. They weren't even taking a path of deconstructing British society. They were taking a path of building a new and free society, for better and for worse. I mean, it's had its foibles, of course it has, because we're people. But what makes them very different than what you could think of as a modern progressive is that they don't possess a path to deconstructionism for deconstruction's sake. We're not destroying a power structure because we destroy power structures. They're building a new thing. King George, fuck off, go back to England, do your thing over there. They had no heart to go back and change Europe. The Monroe Doctrine and all that other business came later. The founders were about construct. Challenge to the whole postmodernist narrative.
Well, I have a different view, but Jonas, maybe you want to reply.
I'm not that very versed, but I've read the Constitution, but I'm not a scholar, so I will back up. But I agree. I think that's exactly what they did. They didn't deconstruct; they constructed. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I guess where I have a different view, Dave, is I don't really see them as having developed a new society. I really see them as having tried to basically capture and preserve and refurbish. Okay.
Of class and a whole bunch of things that were Tudor England maybe had some sort of a concept of, but it was, I don't believe it was hubris for them to call it the Great Experiment, because they were disavowing to the point where George Washington would not allow people to kiss his hand, which was a common thing back in the day for people of his stature, and they were to us, this seems maybe not a thing, but they were taking some pretty maybe new societies at the point. But I don't see them as wanting to return to Tudor on account of that very major hurdle, which is the divine order of society. People are born into this place, and that is their
Your father is making shows, so you have to make shows for a living.
And that's right, and I don't think that's ever been really part of the American.
And there was no divine right of kings. This is something Sam got wrong earlier. Divine right of kings is tendentious in the Middle Ages. And the idea of a king that you must obey, and there are no institutions or power in society that can undermine or challenge him, is a very late Middle Ages phenomenon. Okay, we're talking Louis the 14th is the Sun King, is the absolute monarch, right? That's a late development. That's not a tradition. Public institution and government institution. They have this mixed role, okay, this mixed sovereignty, right? Like if a lot of our government was made of non-profit corporations or something. System in the European system. It was the Europeans who changed actually more from 1780 until today than we did. Okay, the Europeans have undergone a whole bunch of revolutions in their political affairs, and we haven't. And most of our legal and political institutions very much resemble parallel English institutions at that time. One sign of this, there are all kinds of signs of this in our system, but one sign of this is the relative importance of the sheriff in American law enforcement. Okay, the sheriff is still a meaningful figure in our society in a way that he is not in England. Or the incredible multiplicity of police departments, the relative power of the states, of the subdivisions of our government. Okay, whereas in England, a lot of those things have been made much more streamlined and efficient and much more central.
Yep, I can get links in the chat.
Yeah, it's an essay by Samuel Huntington. Benjamin has mentioned this guy a few times. He's talked about Clash of Civilizations. The guy did a lot of other stuff. He's done a lot of scholarship, and this essay is about how Europe, England, and America modernized and how they are different. So I'll put that in the chat.
I did want to quickly respond to Benjamin's thing about liberals not making babies. How would you account for Stalin, who had a huge baby-making venture? Also, Mao, everyone knows that China had a one-child policy, but this was not Mao's original vision. This happened as a reflex reaction in the 70s to the enormous famine. Many very liberal societies, communist societies, outlaw homosexuality, for example, because you're not liberal ideology when there are so many great examples of Soviet Russia giving awards to women for having more children. I think Cuba has had some of this stuff. I mean, so I think that that was a little bit of a stretch on that.
I put a link to a plain text document with an important quote from the essay, and then there's a link to Should Still Be Live. Yeah, it's a copy of the essay. At UC San Diego.
I have to say that was a lot of questions. So But you also the room's getting smaller.
Thanks, Jason. I'm looking at it right now.
I could have had some arts like JCC before. I think we're doing fine right now. Hopefully. We're not talking. I will leave to another room because I will take some voices. Have a great night day. I love you. See you around.
Well, thanks, Jason. That was a most fruitful and interesting read. I don't know if I slept through that in school or if I was just educated wrong, but I've been trying to study more about read more about medieval society, and I've learned many ways in which
think a lot of us going to get part of our. Nobody's going to want to remember this point in our future. Nobody's going to want to remember this.
You've never heard before. Boulder Dash, is that a word that you would recognize? Maybe certain generations wouldn't recognize it either, but BS, I think everybody knows what BS means. The White House is saying, this is poor reporting by Reuters. Well, just within the last hour, Reuters issued another statement. They've got some pretty good sources here. The Iranian government's not talking to me, but they're talking to Reuters. And they say that the latest statement from Iran is that the two sides are a bit closer. However,